right off the top here at 11. But we've got a lot going on today, and we hope you join us on Fox Local, guys.
Yeah, including a rocket launch set for 1:33.
Oh, and the rocket launch.
So
yeah,
you'll be busy with that too later this afternoon. All right,
Exciting
Garrett.
Friday.
Have a good weekend.
Thanks,
All right,
Garrett.
thanks.
An animal-free weekend.
Yeah. Well, it comes in threes, as Amy said, so you got one more.
Yeah, one more to go. Don't let it surprise you.
Bye, everybody. We'll see you on Monday
Have a
with
great
John
weekend.
Brown.
That's right.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook right now. We've got a busy day ahead. We have a lot of special coverage coming up later today on President Trump and his visit to the Villages. We'll get into that in a little bit. Let me also give you a live look right now inside the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, where we're expecting an update in a few minutes on the deaths of the two USF students who had been missing. Let me also give you a live look at the Kia Center, downtown Orlando, where huge Game 6 tonight between the Magic and the Pistons. The Magic with a chance to win this playoff series. We're hearing from head coach Jamal Mosley, who is speaking with reporters live right now at Magic Shoot-Around. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Tristan played fewer minutes this series or the last few games. Can you tell us about his role, his importance?
Tristan is so important for us. I think, when he plays with that high level of confidence, defensively being aggressive. I mean, he picked up some early fouls in a couple of these games, so that's what's changed a little bit, and bumping the rotation a little differently has been some of the occurrence. But he's so important to what we do, not just his shot making, but his playmaking and his basketball IQ for playing against a team like this.
He came off the bench in the last game.
Yeah.
Is he like an option for you to go against Kate, since it didn't really work out in the last game with different schemes against him?
Well, I think that we're going to look at different things, but I'm not going to go so far outside the box that it changes everything that we're doing. That was a one-game sample size of not having Franz Wagner in this moment. And so our ability to adjust the game plan in certain situations will come depending on how the game is being played. And that's going to come and look at different people, different bodies at different times, but not going so far out of the rotation that you don't have the same chemistry that you need.
Coach, what would be the ideal start and finish tomorrow?
Today?
Today. I've been all over the place.
It's okay. Ideal start is aggressive, strong, physical, not getting cheap early fouls, but playing our style of basketball, offensively pushing the pace, getting downhill, attacking the basket, trusting and sharing the basketball. And again, whether shots going or not, I think we focus more on are we getting the job done defensively and are we getting the looks offensively that we need. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Jamal Mosley speaking with reporters there ahead of tonight's Game 6, which again is at 7 p.m. at Kia Center. Magic are up 3-2 in the series right now. Franz Wagner has been ruled out, so that is certainly not great news for this team, but we will see what happens with that game coming up tonight. It's a big one. Hope the home crowd is ready to go. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, we're gearing up for a hot weekend.
We sure are, Garrett. It is going to be toasty this afternoon, really warm tomorrow. But the hope of a cold front tomorrow night. It's going to make it feel great outside Sunday and muddy, but it comes at the cost of a couple of severe storms. So let's get right to the maps right now. We've got to look at the view from above, and indeed we've got a lot of cloud cover all the way back to Texas. This is thanks to the front that's going to come our way. It's bringing a ton of rain to Texas, by the way. If you've been tracking this, San Antonio's been catching flash flooding. Houston's had a real soaker of a Friday morning commute. There's a live view from San Antonio, by the way, right now. You can see all those clouds, and they've actually had the heaviest rain roll through, but they're kind of getting waves of it. By the time it gets here, it's not going to be as stalled out. It's going to be moving. So unfortunately, we're not going to catch the benefit of the drought-busting rains like Texas is enjoying today. For today, though, what we will see is a lot of warm weather. 93 Orlando, 93 in the Villages, about 92 in Titusville, a touch cooler along the beaches. For tomorrow, with all this heat and with the approach of a cold front tomorrow evening and tomorrow night, there will be a severe thunderstorm threat, although it will be a low-end threat north of Orlando from Daytona to Ocala, Gainesville to Tallahassee with some damaging wind gusts, a little bit of small hail, and the very outside chance of a tornado. But that would be a small window from, like, say, Gainesville to Jacksonville sometime mid-afternoon Saturday. By the time the storms get down here to Orlando and Kissimmee, they'll be a shadow of what they once were. In fact, they may not even have much in the way of lightning. So the storm threats, damaging wind gusts. If a storm is declared severe, that would be the number one threat, gust over 60. Hail would be a possibility if there are a couple of thunderstorms that form like alone away from the main line, and in those there might be a twister, but it's unlikely. So we're going to keep an eye on it. As always this time of year, you got to keep an eye on it. But the dynamics that would be required for sustained and widespread severe weather event simply will not exist in the atmosphere. We will have the front moving through. First off, though, hot today, hot tomorrow, that warm front moving up, and that means the low to mid 90s for us, especially away from the water. We could see highs tomorrow close to 94, maybe even 95 degrees. With the humidity, it's going to feel like it's 100 degrees, a true preview of summer. And then looking ahead to tomorrow afternoon, here you go. So we've got our front moving through and a line of storms from St. Augustine west through Gainesville through 4 o'clock. And then by the time that front gets down here, the low pressure system that was responsible for producing spin in the atmosphere will have moved offshore. And so its attendant cold front will have nothing more than showers and a few rumbles, maybe a stronger storm up around DeLand, Daytona. We'll see how that goes. But I think the takeaway here is that this thing kind of dies on the vine. And that's important because not only will we be spared the worst of the severe weather based on this latest outlook, but unfortunately, for better or worse, we're not going to have much in the way of really heavy rain. But it will be a polite system in that in Orlando, you'll get most of your activities in Saturday without a problem. No rain till probably after 6 p.m. And then the rain should be out of here by 8 or 9 on Sunday morning at the latest. So Sunday looks to be a pretty nice day. So the weekend for plans might be all right. It's going to be cooler Sunday with some sunshine. If you're going down to South Florida, though, Sunday's going to be a real rainy one with showers and storms pretty much all day long. That's where you could see 1 to 2 inches of rain. But look at our area. Do you see how it's like that bluish coloration in Central Florida? That means we may see no more than a couple tenths of an inch, maybe a quarter of an inch of rain. So that's not going to do much for our drought. It's going to help a little bit, I guess, with the lawn, but it's not going to be what we were hoping for. That said, the storm alert day, the storm team alert is for Saturday to acknowledge the possibility of a couple stronger storms Saturday afternoon across our northern viewing area around Ocala into Gainesville, especially for our Fox 51 viewers, WOGX, as well as our Fox 35 Plus viewers watching on streaming and on Fox Local. Today's May 1st, it'll be hot. Tomorrow's May 2nd, it'll be hot. But then look at May 3rd, 79 degrees, that's it. So Garrett, we're going to cool things down for Sunday and Monday. Highs only around 80, which it'll feel invigorating. But then we're back to the mid-90s by the middle of next week.
I was going to say, and then I'm sure we're right back to it. Yep, that's how it works.
That's how it works. Welcome to Florida. Yeah, we're going to start to see those summer temperatures making a pretty regular appearance starting at the end of next week.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett. Have a great weekend.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are still waiting for this news conference to begin in Hillsborough County, expecting them to give an update any minute now on the deaths of those 2 USF students. There is someone now charged with murder for their deaths. So we are expecting to hear some new updates, a timeline of events that they are going to outline for us, and the latest developments in this case. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister beginning to speak right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
They were dedicated students and loyal friends. They were accountable and responsible, which is why when they didn't show up to meetings, stop answering calls, and missed appointments, their friends immediately knew something was very wrong. What began as a missing persons case ended with the discovery of a monstrous crime. Our community has been left heartbroken, and the victims' families shattered after this tragic loss. I'm going to walk you through this case, and I want you to know, I knew from the very beginning we had two options, to find them or find the truth. On April 17th, the University of South Florida Police Department was notified that our first victim, had been reported missing. This was very unusual. Like I'd mentioned, she was responsible. She never missed her thesis appointments. She never missed work. She was responsive. So the University of South Florida Department, who I have to thank for being absolutely an incredible partner, Chief Daniels, the University of South Florida President, thank you. Thank you for your help in this case. They immediately started looking back and creating a timeline of when she was last seen. Video that we collected from the last time she had left the office in the afternoon on the day prior, on the 16th. The next day, on April 18th, we get a phone call from a concerned friend of Zamil saying, hey, he also is very responsible, dedicated, responsive, didn't answer his calls, didn't show up to his appointments. Something's wrong. Working so closely like we do with the University of South Florida Police Department, we immediately notice when our missing persons detectives and the detective that they have working at the university realize that, hey, these cases are connected. We should work them together, and that's when this collaborative effort started. So our detectives believe that the first stop should be back at our second victim's residence. So we go to Zamil's residence, where he lives with two roommates. One roommate continues to be elusive. The stories are inconsistent, almost to the point where he will talk about anything, loves to talk about himself, and this continues and carries throughout the entire investigation, except when we want to talk about either one of our two victims. Then he immediately starts becoming elusive and deceptive. The other roommate, we learn very quickly that he wasn't involved, begins to become extremely cooperative. And at that point, he, at the initial stages, when this is still a missing persons case, notifies us that something's wrong. The doormat by the door's missing. There's some pots and pans missing. So our detectives, as hard charging as they are, their first stop is the dumpster. They learned that the trash compactor in the complex hasn't been emptied yet in these couple days. This is where we get the first break in our case. We go out there dumpster diving. These detectives getting inside of the dumpster and empty the entire contents. And they find Zamil's glasses, his student ID, his wallet, and his clothes, which are extremely bloodied at the time. Again, this is where we get our first break. This is where, during this timeline, this missing persons becomes a missing person endangered case. Now we ramp up our efforts, because now we know, and you guys heard the same theory that we have that's been dispelled and unproven, that the two of them were in arranged marriage, that the two of them were in love, the two of them ran away together. We were able to dispel that immediately at this point, knowing that we're going a different direction. At the time, we believe that our now suspect was at just a point of interest. We needed more information. So we have enough evidence to get a search warrant. We go back to the residence and we serve the search warrant. And the search warrants for the residence, for the roommates, both roommates' phones, for their person and for their cars. They go into the residence, and we have some amazing technology, one of it being Blue Star that identifies the presence of blood. And when they deploy Blue Star, they can see in the kitchen area there's a large pool of blood. They see that the blood continues down the hallway and into our suspect's bedroom. The technology is so precise and finite that we can see the outline of a human being on the floor next to our suspect's bed where he was curled up in a fetal position. We then examine his phone. His entire history had been wiped clean. No text messages, no emails, no GPS data. His search history totally cleared. So it takes us a little bit of time at that point because we have to do a forensic deep dive onto the phone. And what we found by doing a forensic deep dive is where we found a lot of disturbing searches. He searches for, can a knife penetrate a skull? Can a neighbor hear a gunshot? Can you bury a body in a trash bag and throw it in a dumpster? While he's conducting these searches, we also see and discover that he's making purchases for large, heavy-duty black contractor bags, Lysol wipes, duct tape, lighter fluid, a lighter. As he's ordering some of the items from Amazon, some of them come from DoorDash. I wanted everyone in the room to think about this. These searches were conducted days before our two victims went missing. This was calculated. This is what makes this so premeditated. We then look at him. He's got a laceration to his left pinky, and on the back of his left tricep, he has a deep laceration where he should have been properly sutured. He should have went and got stitches. He was unable to explain where he got those, what we believe is defensive wounds. At that point, we turn to the car. In the trunk, very little blood. On the floorboard of the passenger side of his vehicle, again deploying Blue Star technology, we see a large amount of blood there. We later find out that that's Nishida's blood. That comes back to her. The GPS in the car, once again, wiped totally clean. While we're conducting this forensic deep dive on his phone to see where he had been days prior, we're able to determine that he had traveled over to Clearwater, the Sand Key area. We confirmed that by looking at a video surveillance from a nearby fire station that shows him get out of the car. And he's around the Sand Key area. Over in Clearwater, he spends a short amount of time there. Then as we're examining the longitude and latitude coordinates, we see he goes on the Howard Franklin Bridge and he stops there for a short amount of time. So at this point, we make the decision to launch a surge full of manpower to go out and start an extensive search. Knowing that he spent an amount of time there, we should find and locate our victims there, because we believe, again, he's not a suspect, he's a person of interest. We let him go. Yes, he's under 24-hour surveillance, but we're conducting this exhaustive search now at this point. Our Marine unit, our divers, who continued nonstop, our investigators, our professional staff that were out there helping any way they could, our aviation team, our drone team, again, nonstop. As some of our detectives are examining the latitude and longitude of some of where he had been, they're traveling northbound on the Howard Franklin Bridge, on the Pinellas side of the bridge, and they see a large black trash bag sitting on the shoulder of the road all by itself. They stop. They walk up, and as they're approaching it, they immediately smell that unique smell of human remains when it's in that decomposition phase. They go up, they physically feel the outside of it, and realize that there's human remains there. They stop what they're doing, knowing that this could be evidence. We're in Pinellas County at this point, and they contact the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, who immediately responds along with the Pinellas County Medical Examiner's Office, who takes custody of this bag and goes back. We learned during this that it is our victim, Zamil. We're able to determine that because he's in the early stages of decomposition. So we knew it was him through fingerprints that were obtained through the Department of Homeland Security when he had entered the country. When I talk about gruesome, he had been stabbed several times, which ultimately was the cause of his death. He was bound in front at his hands and at his ankles. His legs up towards his buttocks area was almost completely severed, so he could be bent together and make it easier to place in a trash bag. He was left on the side of the road. As gruesome as this murder was, he was literally left on the side of the highway like a piece of trash. As we're out there and this is occurring, and remember, this investigation's large, it's expansive, and it's very fluid and very dynamic. As this is occurring, we get a phone call from our suspect's family that the night before he had battered and committed a domestic violence against them. He had been acting erratic. He got out of the shower with only a towel wrapped around him. He approaches his sister and begins to almost in like a humping fashion trying to grind on his sister, and at one point tries to kiss his sister. His sister has difficulty trying to push him away, and she is not able to freely leave that confrontation because he's able to overpower her. He batters the family at the same time. So we try to make contact with him. We know he's inside the residence, the family tells us, and we have him under constant surveillance. We know he's there. He refuses to answer the phone. He refuses to come out. We make the decision based on the violent nature that we know this individual is capable of. At the same time, we learn that a few days prior, he had purchased a firearm from a pawn shop. Now, later on, we determined that he never picked up that firearm, but we didn't know that. We didn't have that information at the time. Again, very dynamic, very fluid. So we activate our SWAT team and negotiators to try to bring this to a peaceful resolution. After several hours of trying to make contact, we're at the point where we made a determination we're going to go in and physically remove him from the house, place him under arrest. Right about that point, as you guys have seen the video and are watching the video now, he surrenders peacefully and he's placed under arrest without incident. At that time, we begin conferring with the state attorney who has been there since moment one, walking through this, and we're able to charge him with a bunch of charges that at that point, later on, charge him ultimately with the two premeditated murders of our two victims. So at this point, the search still continues. We still need to find Nishida. We still need to locate her. So we're still conducting that search. We get a phone call 2 days later that two recreational kayakers are out again on the Pinellas County side. And while this is occurring, the deputies and Marine unit are doing a great job trying to determine the tide and when they're occurring and what the tide patterns are to see, hey, how far of a search pattern do we need? The divers are still in the water. As you guys were out there covering, it was a long several days as we were trying to locate our two victims, especially now knowing that we have one victim, the other one should still be in the nearby area. As one of our kayakers is fishing, his fishing line snags on a bag. He has to go further into the mangroves. He smells something as he describes as undescribable. And when he went and got closer to remove his fishing line, he sees that a plastic bag has been opened. There's been salt water in there. He can't tell what it is, but it looks like a human body. So he does the right thing and contacts law enforcement. We immediately relocate over there, contact the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Marine Unit that's already out there with us, the Pinellas County Medical Examiner, Pinellas County forensic science department who came out and took custody. Unfortunately, because of the conditions that her body was left in, it was more in those advanced stages of decomposition, and we weren't able to just do a fingerprint. So that's what took longer. Today, I'm able to confidently stand in front of you and tell all of you that we have located Nashida Bristy. We have contacted her family. We are now actively working to release both bodies for religious reasons back to the families who live in Bangladesh. We were able to determine that this was Nashida. Unfortunately, couldn't do it because of fingerprints, but we did it because of DNA. We were able to confirm DNA, some dental work that she had done, and the clothing that she still had on from the video that we saw the April 16th when the University of South Florida Police Department narrowed down was the last time that she was observed on campus. I want to take just a moment and close with some thank yous. This is a result. When you stand here and talk about the success of a case, obviously we all wish the definition was success is that we would have located both of them alive and that we wouldn't be standing in front of the cameras. But when you look at the good old-fashioned police work, and part two is the partnership and collaboration that we share with surrounding agencies, surrounding counties, state and the federal level. That's the reason I'm able to stand in front of you today and talk about the success in terms of recovering both of these victims, hoping that the family members will get some semblance of comfort and peace now, knowing what happened to their family members and that they are returning home to be buried by their loved ones. The collaboration has been phenomenal. The University of South Florida Police Department that we constantly work with, phenomenal job, seamless transition on this case. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Galtieri, thank you. Thank you to you and your entire team for being out there with us in the hot, long days and never giving up in this search. The Pinellas County Medical Examiner's Office for acting so quickly so we could determine who they were, and again, for religious reasons, get them returned back to Bangladesh to their families. The Pinellas County Forensics and Science team that came out, once again, phenomenal job in doing such a job. A phenomenal job in providing us the information that we're able to turn to the state attorney's office, which leads me to my next expression of gratitude. State Attorney Susie Lopez, you and your team were there from the very moment we decided that and determined that these individuals were endangered. You were out there, your entire team, your lead prosecutor, wonderful job. Thank you for your continued partnership. And lastly, to the men and women of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, those who worked 18, 19 hours a day, around the clock, never giving up. It's your grit, your determination, your passion that allows us to stand up here today and be able to announce the success of this investigation. Now, I want all of you to know that there are a lot more details to share, but I'm not able to share them now. Yes, our suspects in custody, the victims are on their way being returned to their families, but there's a lot of investigation that still continues and has continued to this point. A lot of deep dive records, a lot of subpoenas that we're waiting for answers for that may result in additional charges forthcoming. Again, I can't comment further because I never want to attack the integrity of the investigation that these hardworking detectives continue to do. Great question. The question is, what's the motive? That's part of what we're still trying to determine. At this point, we don't know what the motive is. The why, we don't know yet. We're still working. I know that after briefing and meeting and being briefed with the detectives yesterday, they're anxiously searching for that as well. You search for the truth, and second to that is you search for the why, and I hope we find that out. Yeah, it's not me trying to conceal it. We don't know. We know that they're very religious. that they come from a culture where marriages are arranged. We're not aware of a romantic relationship to this point. We knew that that was a theory. At one point, our suspect even gave us that theory that they were in a romantic relationship. He went from, I hadn't seen them, to finally admitting when we revealed and showed him that, well, hold on, your GPS said this. Well, I dropped them off. Yeah, but you went on the other side of the bridge. And then you came on this side of the bridge. Well, I stopped and dropped them off, then I'm on the other side of the bridge, and then I walked up just to wave goodbye to them. I mean, this is someone very calculated, but.
Has the suspect said anything admitting to this?
No, the suspect would love to talk to our detectives about everything, right up to the point where we were asking about our 2 victims. I think the concerning part is that he was non-reactive. He was callous and showed zero emotion. Even when we confronted him with information that we had, he evoked and didn't want to answer any more questions. Never showed any emotion.
Do you have any indication if were the 2 victims at the residence when the murders happened, and were they murdered around the same time, or was one there and then someone else showed up or something?
Yeah, the question is that do we believe that both victims were murdered around the same time inside the residence? Yes, I don't want to say unequivocally right now. I want to remain someone who's in the fact business. That's a speculation business. But we believe based on the data that we have, and again, that's part of the investigation that will continue timeline-wise, location-wise, yes, we believe that's the case, but I can't say with entire certainty at this point. We're still working through that.
Sheriff, I just want to add to that. I know you were saying that we're still working to figure out whether they were murdered at the same time, but it said that she was missing from her place of work and he was missing from his apartment. How did she end up in his apartment to then be a part of this murder investigation?
Yeah, we believe by looking at text messages, and I'll see how much I can answer without trying to be elusive, that they were communicating. Her last communication, what they used instead of using text messages, which you'll be charged an international fee, they wanted to save money, so they were communicating through Facebook Messenger. And we have those messages back and forth, so that's what leads us to believe that they were together at some point and that they were both at the residence at that point. We can look back and see what time we knew that she had left and what time her and Zamil were communicating back and forth. Again, I can't say we're certain, we're confident. We believe and feel that they were together and that they were murdered in nearby proximity and around the same time frame. But again, I just don't want to be misleading in case that turns out for some crazy reason that's not the case.
Sheriff, you talked about a lot of digital evidence that was very disturbing with the ChatGPT responses and the questions that he was sending. Do you believe that ChatGPT should be informing law enforcement when they see searches like this?
Absolutely. I think we should. We're seeing this be a pattern of behavior when people are committing the FSU shooter, wanting to know the best way and what best weapons to use to be able to commit a mass shooting. To this, and there's some other examples that the media has been highlighting recently. I think it should be no different than on Meta, Facebook, and everything else. They find something disturbing, they notify us. I will tell you this: they've been cooperative. We've subpoenaed them. The forensic dive that we're able to get isn't able to go back, but only so far. We're hoping they'll continue to be cooperative and give us the rest of his searches. And again, that will help us with this case even more. This might even help us provide that why that we're all searching for.
Sheriff, how was the suspect able to transport the bodies from simply his apartment to the Howard Franklin Bridge without being caught?
Well, I don't think that it would look abnormal or out of place. His roommate told us that he had used, there's a cart that a lot of college students live in this apartment complex, and he used one of the carts. They had seen the cart was missing, so he used the cart to transport the bodies to his car. Once they're in their car, you know, how do you see the inside of a car when you're driving or you're a passerby? We also believe this was late at night. It was at dark when he decided to do this. From information we have, we believe it to be after 11 p.m. at night. So there wouldn't be a lot of people in the area. It would be dark. It would be a little more appropriate as he, I think, chose that time to try to dispose of the bodies, knowing that there's less people around. There's less people on the highway, less people in his apartment complex, making it more easily concealable.
I assume that the roommate wasn't there when
No, the second roommate's been extremely cooperative. He's the one that gave us the details that ultimately led us to our.
But I mean, was the second roommate suspicious of what had happened? I mean, how much had they seen in the apartment that made them say, wait a minute?
No, I think he wasn't home. He knew that some of our suspect behavior was erratic. Some of the statements he made all the time were disturbing. He didn't understand that. The students had even asked the apartment complex to move him out of their apartment. They were concerned. There were several complaints made to the apartment complex because of his pattern of behavior being disturbing and the comments that he would make.
What are your thoughts for two people who came halfway around the world to get a better life and to get an education and to come to a great school, and they wind up going back in body bags like this?
This contradicts everything what Florida and the United States stands for. People come here because everything is better here than in anywhere else in the world. And to have to make contact with the families and tell them that their loved ones are missing, to call them back later again and tell them that we found them, but they're deceased, and then to describe some details that they wanted to know, how they were killed because they were stabbed as many times as they were, it goes against every grain that Americans stand for.
Sheriff, you mentioned that when Zamil was discovered that he was binded. Do you know if that was pre or post-mortem that he was bounded?
At this point, I wouldn't want to speculate. I didn't ask the detectives that, only that they found him in that condition. Anything I'd say would just be speculative, and I don't want to be that person.
Sheriff, were these three roommates individually assigned before they began living together in this unit?
They were. They were all individual. And the way that this housing set up is being described to me is there's a large common area, and then they each have their three rooms where they're able to lock the door and have the privacy there.
What advice do you have to other students that might be worried that their apartment complex isn't taking their complaints seriously?
Yeah, that's a great question. The question is, what should University of South Florida or any college student do if they have suspected behavior and believe that their safety is in danger and the apartment complex isn't taken as serious? Contact law enforcement. Even better so and more so, I've talked to the University of South Florida president about this. Contact the University of South Florida or any university. Contact the school administration. The school administration contracts with these complexes, saying, okay, here, you meet certain standards and we're going to recommend that students be housed there. After talking to the University of South Florida president, he's made it clear that he's going to visit, his administration is going to visit all complexes, and if they don't adhere to a particular code of conduct and what their standard, he's going to stop recommending them as places where students should seek housing.
Have you ever heard about that suspect's erratic behavior before?
We have not. We have not. He does have a criminal history that we provided to you, a domestic against his brother, and at some point in a separate complex, he had entered an apartment that wasn't his, and when they caught him inside the apartment, he pushed one of the maintenance workers down, and that was a charge. It's criminal history, but no erratic behavior that's been notified to us prior to this incident.
Are there any drugs found in the system, the suspect?
No, but a toxicology report wouldn't be back that quick. That's certainly, again, I hate to defer, I'm not that person, but again, there's so much that's still ongoing and that's yet to be determined. I wanted to get in front of all of you today to tell you what we had. I think Chief Maurer did a wonderful job throughout the weekend. Every time we had something with our public affairs office, we wanted to put it out. We wanted to make sure we were fully transparent and we were given little pieces. The intent today was now give you this whole overview. From A to Z, I wanted to show you everything. Let's put it all together now and where we're at today.
Sheriff, thank you.
Thank you guys. Have a wonderful and safe day.
Thank you for your time.
Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister speaking for about half an hour there, where he laid out the timeline and shared a lot of new details about the deaths of those two USF students who were reported missing on April 17th. He talked about investigators, detectives finding the first student, Zamil Lamon, his glasses, ID, wallet, and bloody clothes in a dumpster. They talk about how technology helped them identify a a pool of blood that was found in the kitchen of the home where he lived that led a trail to the bedroom and even a bloody outline beside his bed. They talked about the disturbing online searches and online purchases that they say the suspect made. They also talked about the wounds of these people, stabbed multiple times. They said the body of Zamil was bound at his hands and at his feet, and that he was nearly severed to make it easier for that suspect, they say, to put his body in a trash bag. They were able to confirm today that the second remains that were found by that fisherman do belong to Nahida Bristi, the second student who was missing here. Right now, they're still trying to figure out the motive, why they think this suspect would have killed these two students, but they say it was a calculated crime, a monstrous crime. The words of Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister in that news conference that just wrapped up. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to as we also look ahead to President Trump's visit to the villages coming up in just a few hours. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let's talk theme parks here as we head into the weekend. Some exciting things to talk about, and we're going to bring in Darren White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, is here to tell us everything we need to know about a number of different topics. Darren, always things to talk about when it comes to the theme parks. Seems like there's been a lot of news that's been coming out this week.
Yeah, it has basically been nonstop this week, which we could say that almost every day just living in Florida. But there has been especially a lot of news this week.
And some really cool things coming out about Galactic Coaster. So talk with us about this, and we'll show some of the video you sent too.
Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Legoland Florida Resort and the Legoland California Resort debuted a brand new ride this year called the Galactic Coaster. It is the biggest, most expensive expansion they have ever had, and they take you into space on a roller coaster. So you get to go on this, you get to design your roller coaster. There's 625 different combinations because you actually get to design this coaster when you're in the pre-show. And then this family-friendly ride launches you into space. There's a whole storyline about you saving the Lego galaxy. It is really, really cute, really fun, and personally, I think it is the best ride that the park has. If you want your kid to go on a first new roller coaster, the height requirement is only 36 inches, so that's also pretty short for a nice roller coaster as well. Now, I went on this ride and I was joined by Drew the Disney Dude for like the opening weekend so we could go and enjoy this attraction and try it out. And Lego had a trick up their sleeve. So we got to go and do the ride. We had a good time. All of that happens. A couple of days ago, they reached out and they said, hey, you went on this ride themed to space. Hey, you went on, it's about a roller coaster. It's about a rocket. But for International Space Day, we actually decided to send you into space. So earlier this week, they went and took some of this footage that you're seeing right here. They attached it to a weather balloon and sent it 100,000 feet up in the air. That is real footage that you're looking at right there of Drew and I in space on the ride. And doing my job, I talk to a lot of the different theme parks and the hotels. I get a lot of what I'll call whining and dining, where they try to say, hey, you should come out and try this. You should do this new marketing thing we're trying out. This is the first time someone's ever sent me to space, and I think it's very, very cool.
It really brings that to a whole nother level.
It truly does. It is an out-of-this-world experience, yes. And it's not just us. They have a whole bunch of footage. It's people that were there. It's guests that were there on the opening day. So they have a full video where you can kind of go and see like them building this. This exact piece you're looking at here, it's built with a total of 410 Lego elements. They had to design it for space. It had to weigh less than 2 pounds so that it could go up there, and it did head up to the actual stratosphere. So real footage, real reactions of people being on the ride, and just a really, really cool way to celebrate Space Day. All of like this entire year, I feel like we've really kind of been in like a space theme. You've got the Project Hail Mary movie that came out. You've got, of course, Artemis up into space itself. And then I feel like Lego is joining in. A lot of space things are coming out this year. And this is just another fantastic way for them to do it. It's a very good year for Legoland to have debuted a space-themed coaster.
I was going to say great timing because, yeah, it seems like the interest right now in space is at a high that we haven't seen at least in years. You know, I can't say all time because I wasn't around in the 60s for the original moon landing and things like that. But certainly seeing that interest, so great timing on that. And seems like a great ride. One of the things that I think is really cool about it is the chance to kind of design the roller coaster vehicle too. I think that's a neat kind of a neat twist.
Yeah, it's a really great add-on that adults or kids can do. When you're getting in line, you can tell them how many people are in your party, and they give you a little thing that sits on your arm. It's kind of like Disney's Magic Bands, and when you head into the next room, you get to scan, you get to go and design. You can do something that looks more like a rocket, or you can add cheeseburger wings to the side of your vehicle if you truly want. And so then when you get onto the ride itself, it's going to put you in front of a screen. You'll see yourself sitting in the ride vehicle and watch Lego characters build the rocket around you before it launches you off into space. So it's very interactive, very Lego, and I'll say I got off the ride and I was like, this just feels like a family-friendly attraction.
Yeah, and that is just so cool. The whole way they were able to send that footage into space on that Lego. I didn't even realize the first time I was looking at the video. Yes, they actually did this. It's just really neat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because anytime you see something in space, the lighting is so perfect that it almost looks fake. So I'm kind of glad they sent these behind the scenes to be like, no, like we actually did send this into space. Like we really sent this balloon 100,000 feet up into the air. Because if you just look at the video of Drew and I, it almost looks too perfect. So I'm glad that they sent some proof along with all of the cool video clips.
Right. So now we can believe it. Now let's continue with the space theme a little bit here, because we're coming up on May 4th, which is every Star Wars fan's favorite holiday. And there's going to be a neat treat for folks to check out for that as well.
Yeah, Walt Disney World is already doing desserts and foodie items all over Walt Disney World, but a specific one that's happening just this weekend. You can only get it May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That is going to be at Disney Springs at the Everglazed Donuts and Cold Brew location. It's called the Co-Pilot Donut. It's Chewbacca, but I think the Co-Pilot is their safe way to be able to say that name. But they said that this is going to be a chocolate iced creation covered in Cocoa Pebbles. It's finished with a vanilla marshmallow bandolier, and it's going to sell for $6.95 for just 3 days only. So we've talked before about Everglazed. They do these seasonal donuts all the time. I remember last year we were chatting about their gigantic cheeseburger mega donuts, and now we have a Chewbacca-themed Star Wars one just for May the 4th. It looks delicious, as they always do.
Yeah, I think I'm already feeling the sugar buzz from it too.
Yeah, if you want to start your day with some Star Wars and maybe that energizes you throughout the day, or if you want to end your day after having an adventure day, you can have like a victory dessert, or you can have it both times. I'm not going to judge you, but this is a great way to be able to go and try out some of those treats. If this doesn't necessarily jump out to you and you're still wanting something that's like sci-fi themed, they have a couple of other donuts there that are there all the time. It's going to be an ube themed donut. It tastes really good. It's bright purple. So that one's kind of space themey too, if maybe this exact flavor isn't jumping out to you.
All right, and with May the 4th coming up, we know a lot of folks love to go to Hollywood Studios for that. I would assume reservations are full.
They are, yes. I'm actually trying to go to Hollywood Studios on May 4th, and I can't get in with my pass because all of the reservations are taken. But Disney is also going to be opening up their Big Thunder Mountain attraction, their refurb. So I went and I grabbed one for Magic Kingdom. I'm going to enjoy that a little bit and then jump over to Disney's Hollywood Studios later on and go and enjoy some of that. There's going to be some updates that they're doing for merchandise. There's going to be some new food. And then later on May 22nd, they're going to be celebrating the Mandalorian and Grogu new movie and updating the Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run attraction.
Yeah, so a lot of exciting things happening for Star Wars fans. So that's a lot to look forward to. And finally, some more Disney news just coming out this morning, and we're learning about a new ferry boat that Disney's adding at Magic Kingdom.
Yes, alongside them redoing Big Thunder Mountain and Buzz Lightyear this year, we know that Magic Kingdom is having their biggest expansion ever. They're going to be basically doubling the size of Frontierland with the Cars expansion and some of the Villains Land as well. Well, to get ready for that, Disney is doing something they haven't done for 50 years. They're going to be adding another ferry boat. So Disney has had 3 ferry boats that have gone back and forth between the Transportation and Ticket Center and Magic Kingdom Park. And they understand, even with the monorails, even with the buses, and now even with the boats, they need more and more and more because the capacity of that attraction the capacity of that park really just keeps having more and more people. So, for the first time since 1976, they're going to be adding a new ferry boat. It's going to be named after Meg Gilbert Crofton. She was the former U.S. and French Disney Parks and Resorts president. She was in charge of the parks back in the early 2000s, and so they're going to be adding this new boat. It's 120 feet long, and it's just really going to help with some of that capacity, especially during the holidays in the middle of summer. That's great. If you're trying to get to the park, that's less of a wait for you.
Yeah, that's a good point there. And talking about the expansion and all the things that are going to be added, that is going to add capacity. And so you're going to need some more of these things to have them in place. It certainly makes sense.
Yeah, Disney's operations when it comes to moving people around is borderline insane. I don't know if you know, but they have one of the largest bus fleets in the entire state of Florida. So along with just their busing alone, which is free for anyone that's staying at their hotels, if you go to Disney Springs, you can jump on that. Then they've got the boats, then they've got the Skyliners, then they've got the monorails, and then they have the smaller boats for all of their hotels. Just running people around at Walt Disney World has got to be a nightmare to try and schedule all of those people and all those operations. So I'm glad to see that they're going to be adding in some more because especially like when the fireworks are done at Magic Kingdom, there can be some serious waits and those boats can hold a ton of people. I'm sure this is going to help out a lot.
Yeah, the logistics, I can only imagine. When you go to Magic Kingdom, are you a ferry boater or a monorailer?
Usually monorail, probably 80% of the time. I take the ferry boat, but I'm so much of a focused mission person when I get there that I feel like I get on the monorails because it usually feels the fastest. When I come back, when I'm leaving the park, it's kind of just whatever I can get on first because I usually leave right after the fireworks. I'm definitely an afternoon and evening visitor when it comes to that park, and so I usually end up taking the monorails.
All right. Yeah. My wife and I will sometimes switch it up. It just kind of depends on the vibes of the day, you know.
Yeah, the ferries are they're definitely the prettiest way to be able to get there. I
Yeah.
feel like it's such a nice way. That's one of the best parts of Magic Kingdom that you don't get from other theme parks here in Florida is it's an experience the second that you get to the transportation and ticket center. I mean, you get on that ferry, you get on that monorail, you have the grand reveal of literally the Magic Kingdom, and you get to go, if you're on the monorails, through the hotels. If you're on the ferry, you get to go around some of those curated islands. It's a truly gorgeous way, and especially if it's your first time visiting there, I feel like it adds a lot to the experience.
Yeah, definitely part of what makes it magical. I think you're right about that. Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. Always enjoy talking with you. Thanks for joining us, and enjoy your weekend.
Always happy to join. You guys have a great weekend as well.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd held a news conference just a little bit ago where he was talking about this undercover investigation that stretched on for several days and ended up resulting in 266 arrests. Like I said, this was an undercover investigation that was focused on human trafficking, child predators, and illegal immigration. And Sheriff Judd talked about this investigation and those arrests at a news conference in Winter Haven just a little bit ago.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very, very much for being with us today. This is an important day. It is a joint operation. As you can see, it's poke around and find out. We arrested a total of 266 people in a 6-day operation. And we're going to talk about that today. But before I do, I want to underscore that it would be absolutely impossible for us to do this magnitude of an operation if not for our partners, our federal partners, our state partners, and our local partners, and our NGOs. So I want to go through the list really, really quick. Brian Haas, our state attorney, and the man who makes it all happen. His office is going to prosecute all of these folks. And as you can see, what a job it is when we dump this many people on your office at one time. So thank you very, very much for the professionalism. He's going to speak as well. I have with me Acting Field Office Director Kelly Walker. She's going to speak as well. I want to talk about ICE for a minute. Now, you've watched all of this national media stuff and, oh, how horrible ICE is. Well, that's just absolutely unequivocally false. ICE has been nothing but the best partner we could ever ask for. Work together is the big boss over not only Florida but all of the islands, and her resources have been nothing but professional and outstanding, and she is the leader that brings it all together. So, Kelly, thank you for being here today. We know, because of your level of professionalism and your energy and enthusiasm, that we're able to have a successful operation, and it means a lot to us. CFO was with us on our other press conference, Blazing Goya. He sent a lot of folks. Auburndale Police Department, today Captain Cody Skinner is with us. Bartow Police Department Chief Steve Walker, and Deputy Chief Dowdy, Deputy Chief Wilson, Davenport PD Chief Parker. He's our partner and is with us on all of these operations. Highlands County Sheriff's Office participated. They couldn't be here today. Hardy County Sheriff's Office participated as well. Lake County Sheriff's Office, Captain Ron Patton is here. San Francisco Police Department came to be with us in this operation. Now, they're not here today, but they worked with us, and they wanted to learn especially about the child predator operations. They want to do those there in a bigger way, so they came to see how we did it. You know, that's like fishing in a barrel out in San Francisco, by the way. One More Child, our NGOs, we are ultimately successful because of our partnership with our counselors. Today, Sinead Dressler, who is the Senior Director of all of Florida Anti-Traffic Operations, is going to speak. One More Child, Stacy Ham will be speaking. Heartland for Children, Katie Ann Parchment, who is one of the mainstays and one of my heroes, is going to speak. She's Prevention and Diversion Program Manager. DCF, where would we be without our DCF team? Michaela Robbins is there. She's not going to speak today. We also had statewide Attorney General participate with us, the Marion Sheriff's Office, the Osceola Sheriff's Office, the Pasco Sheriff's Office, the Lake City Police Department, and the Orlando Police Department. So you can see what the magnitude of this operation is. So we talked the other day about the child predators, and we divided it up because of the volume, and we did not want the child predator operation to get washed away in the volumes of people. And we're going to highlight a few of the more outrageous events here that for the human trafficking side. We rescued victims. We identified others who we highly suspect are victims, and our NGOs continue to work with them, and you'll hear more about that even past the operation site. But we made 266 total arrests, and about 247 of them were in the human trafficking operation. The NGO provided services for all of them. Those that we arrested had 1,028 previous charges at some point in their life and career. And we, wanted to give them a present, so we added 439 more charges to their repertoire and their resume, their criminal resume. We arrested people from 11 states, 18 different countries. 35 were married. I bet that made their spouse really, really excited. And we're going to talk about, and we will allow Kelly Walker. She is the big person in charge of all of this. No ICE work happens without her and her agency's authorization. She'll talk about how many illegal aliens we had and what she worked on with that aspect from us. 4 different people brought firearms to the undercover operation. So people that think, oh, this is low level and not violent, that's wrong. It is violent and it's dangerous. And then we're going to focus here in just a minute on what I think should shock the conscience of most people. So having said that, let's go over just a few of these arrests. Here's Jair Jackman. He's 27. He's from Palmetto. He came for sex, $200. He says he has a top, did you hear that? Security clearance from the military, that he's an Air Force contractor for cybersecurity. Now, don't you feel comfortable knowing a guy with top security clearance is coming to meet a prostitute? That is a recipe for a disaster, but he's worthy of speaking about today. And then there's Salvador Villarreal. He's 44. He's from Winter Haven. Whenever we called the Polk County utility supervisor and said, hey, we've got one of our county trucks over here that one of your employees showed up in to engage in sex, the supervisor said, come on, man, why are you messing with me? He just knew it was a joke. Well, it was no joke. Salvador works for Polk County Utilities. He's a data engineer, and now he's county jail inmate, and he doesn't have the county truck, he doesn't have the county job, but he does have the county jail to rely on. So, oh, by the way, he's married. I bet Salvador's wife wasn't happy when he didn't come home in the county truck because, yeah, she thought he was at work. And then there's Ryan Yates. He's from Odessa. Pay attention to Ryan Yates. He was arrested in the January 6th Capitol riot. He entered the building illegally. He pushed against and battered police officers trying to get into the rotunda. He was sentenced to 6 months in prison and then 3 months home detention and then 2 years supervised release. He says he's unemployed, and then he got a blanket pardon from President Trump. Well, we're not giving him a blanket pardon. Are we pardoning him? Yes, sir. I didn't think so. Yeah, he got away with it with the federal system, but not here. He came here to violate the law. We arrested him. The state attorney is going to make sure that he's prosecuted. And think about this. He didn't resist us like he did the Capitol Police. He knew better. Then there's Shannon Brooks from Haines City. Shannon Brooks showed up with a 7-year-old child with him. Now, you're going to see some B-roll later on of Shannon Brooks. He's married. He brings a 7-year-old boy into the room where he's going to allegedly commit this sex act with a prostitute. Puts the 7-year-old in the bathroom, hands him the phone to play with it, and says, don't answer the MF phone. That's how he talked to his 7-year-old. And then he was arrested. He owns a tree trimming business. Oh, by the way, he's on public assistance. So while all of you are out working, paying taxes, he's taking your tax money, and he's engaging prostitutes, and he's neglecting his child. So there's all kinds of charges. He also picked up some, we TOT'd or turned over to DCF his child for appropriate placement. But this is the kind of parenting that we want. Come on, man, what are you doing? I want to tell his wife, you obviously married a guy with 5 brain cells, and 3 of them must have been left at the house this day. So at the end of the day, he's locked up. Well, he's not by himself. Derek Partita, 37, brought his 10-year-old child. But he left his 10-year-old child in the car while he was going to have sex. Well, I want to talk about this. This is a very sad situation. And then DCF took the child and made sure the child was appropriately taken care of. This child lost his mother when he was only 2 years old. And this child should have been taken better care of. Who is this guy? What is he all about? And was sad in one instance, but the 7-year-old child and the 10-year-old child, because it happened in the same time frame, got to be friends while DCF was taking care of them and working through help. So these two children were playing together in one of our rooms and made friends. And then there's Yunor Garcia from Davenport. He's here illegally. And he says he owns a restaurant, Moe's Restaurant. He brought his wife to prostitute. Did you hear what I said? And he was armed with a firearm. He's here illegally from Cuba. His wife is not here illegally. And he had a gun, I guess, for security. So it's kind of a family affair. Hey, honey, let's get married, and then I'll lay up and do nothing, and you go out and prostitute. At the end of her workday, I bet she's not amorous any longer. Then there's Craig Long we arrested. He's 41. Some of you may recognize him. He's an influencer. He also owns Craig Long Fitness in Tampa. He was seeking the services of a prostitute. Did I tell you that he's married? That he's got 125 followers on Instagram, 568 followers on TikTok? Well, I'm going to give him some content for his social media today. He was a previous felon who straightened up. Really what we want to see in life. Now he's an influencer. You know, he moves in big circles, even with the president. This is a photograph with the president and his son not long ago. Now, we like to see people who make mistakes early in life, and he had a long history straighten up. We like the fact that he likes the cops. Heck, he liked them so much, he got caught up in a sting and got to be up and real close with the cops. We asked what his attitude was. They said, oh, he had a great attitude. He appreciates law enforcement. Well, there you go. Got arrested in a human trafficking sting. Influence that for a while. Then there's Carlos Landaverde, 29. Been here 15 days from Tampa. He was in Tampa. He's been here 15 days from New Jersey. This is his advertisement online to have sex. He's here illegally from El Salvador. So our undercovers go online. He agrees to make a call. We meet him. Whew. This is what he really looks like. Now, tell me something. Is he about as ugly as a mud fence or what? Have you ever seen anything that ugly in your life? How do you transform this? Whew, I can't hardly look at it. To this. Now, can you imagine? You think you're getting this, and this guy walks in the door? Yeah. I thought about bringing a barf bag today. And here's the before picture. This is Anthony DeLezzo. He advertised as a prostitute, $300 for sex. He said he's from North Carolina. This is who showed up. So you are engaging this guy, and there he is. You wake up the next morning and you go, there's not enough Tylenol to get rid of this headache. I can't believe I just slept all night with this guy. I mean, after all, you know, he's got a, you know, a shadow on his beard. And then there's Nicholas Murillo. You go online, we did, and you see this, and you go, woohoo! Man, that's nice looking. If I'm going to violate the law, maybe I want to violate the law with somebody like that. This person's from California, San Diego, just arrived in Tampa 3 days early, just in time to get in trouble with us and go to jail. You look at that and you go, you want $600, but maybe some time with someone who looks like that, wow. And then this is what you get. Yow. I mean, is that ugly on a stick or what? And they're dangerous. They've got criminal histories. So when you engage in this conduct, you think you know what you're getting. And then there's, this is the advertisement. This is what arrives. And this is what they look like the next morning. You wake up the next morning and say, man, I don't think you can drink enough to drink that pretty. But you got to try if you're already caught up in that circumstance. So here we are. You go through all of this and you see the horribleness of it, and we could give you example after example after example. We just picked out some special ones that we thought might want to be recognized today. Because these folks, also a smattering of them, have HIV, AIDS. They will have sex without condoms so that they can spread diseases. These are nasty, nasty, dangerous folks. We have everything from first-degree murder charges down to misdemeanors as criminal histories. And if that's not enough, 22 were on public assistance. Now, I want you to focus on this for just a second before I turn it over to our state attorney. You go to work every day and you pay your taxes. And you pay a lot of taxes. And then the feds are giving them money. So this is the ones that admitted it to us, okay? Admitted it to us that they were on federal assistance. So how much as a taxpayer did you pay to just this group that admitted it? You paid last year $182,256 of your tax dollars to them so they could come here and either sell their bodies or use your tax-paying money to buy sex. That's not all right with me. Now, let me tell you something else. When you get with these agencies and ask them if they'll participate in these stings, they said, hey, we'll be glad to participate with you, but we can't release any information to any law enforcement agency on people that are taking this money unless you're doing a fraud investigation or a theft investigation. So we don't know how many of these people. This is just the ones that admitted it. We don't know how many of these people, but I can tell you what. There's a lot more of them than are on this board. We need to change the federal and the state law so when we're doing a criminal investigation, we can know the whole history of criminals. But that's impossible. With that, I am going to first turn it over to Mr. Haas, our state attorney. You've heard me say this over and over to include today. I am so proud to be able to work with our state attorney's office.
As Sheriff Judd gets ready to hand this off to another speaker, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to let you know we are still as well monitoring the White House, awaiting the departure of President Trump. He is going to be heading to the Villages when he leaves. He also often stops and takes questions on his way. So we will bring you this live as soon as it begins. Right now, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
President Trump leaving the White House, getting ready to head to Florida, where he's going to be coming to Central Florida, visiting the Villages, making a stop in Sumterville later today. Let's go ahead and listen in, because the president, walking by a long line of reporters, often stops to take questions. So let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks ahead of his departure for Florida.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different?
Are you willing to send anybody to Islamabad? Your envoy?
We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad, and tremendous respect for the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal, and they're working with us. They continue to work with us, but the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiating right now, in terms of the negotiation telephonically. They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there. There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4, and it's a very disjointed leadership. And with that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up. I spoke with the winner, a very good man. As you know, I was very strongly in favor of him in Iraq. And we had a long conversation yesterday. I congratulated him. He won, and with our help, he won, and we want him to do very well. And I told him that the United States is with him all the way. It was a great victory. The new head of Iraq is somebody that we support very strongly.
Pakistan has opened the land route with Iran. Did they consult you before opening it up to Iran? And are you aware of it?
That was a vicious bee. I know everything about it. Yeah, I have great respect. Are you from Pakistan? I have great respect for Pakistan and for the Field Marshal and for the Prime Minister. Yeah, I know that.
On the European Union yesterday, you talked about Italy and the withdrawal of troops from Europe, from Italy and Spain. Can you clarify with your words?
Well, I'm not happy with Italy and I'm not happy with Spain. And they feel it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Anybody that feels it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon is not very smart. And it'll be a terrible thing in the future. If they were ever allowed to have a nuclear weapon, you would have problems the likes of which the world has never seen before, and it's not going to happen. And aside from that, right now they have no Navy, it's been wiped out, no Air Force, it's been wiped out. They have no anything. They have no anti-aircraft, they have no radar, they have no leaders, because frankly, their leaders are very disjointed. They have a lot of problems right now. They're not getting along with each other. Their leaders are not getting along with each other. So. We raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. When those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union. They were not adhering to it. So I raised the tariffs on cars and trucks to 25%. That's billions of dollars coming into the United States, and it forces them to move their factory production much faster. We have right now in the United States over $100 billion of car plants being built. It's a record. We've never had anything like it from all countries, Japan, South Korea, by the way, Canada, Mexico, they're all building plants in the United States. But the European Union was not adhering to the deal that we made.
All right, it looks like this is our only feed today of the departure, and sounds like we're no longer getting audio as well. Yep, and can no longer see the president either. So, but he spoke about Iran, saying not happy with the latest offer when it comes to trying to get a deal done there, but talking about a number of things. Answering quite a few questions there, continuing to speak. If we get another feed as he continues to speak, we will bring that to you. The president also just announcing a few minutes ago he's going to place a 25% tariff on the EU when it comes to automobiles and a number of other things as well. So we'll continue to monitor his departure. Going to be leaving here shortly. Leaving the White House, the South Lawn, where Marine One will take him to Joint Base Andrews. He'll get on board Air Force One and then fly to Florida, to the Villages for his 3 o'clock event that we will have much more coverage on coming up in just a little bit. Let me see if we are getting any other.
Hey, Ruth, you can work to the very end. Probably get the chopper going.
It does not appear that we are able to see or hear. It looks like they may be relocating. And so we'll give it a minute here before I take another break, just in case we are able to see or hear again from the president. Again, he's going to be coming here to Florida. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger and Hannah McKenzie both going to be there at that event. So we'll have team coverage coming up a little bit later with that. Where we will live stream the entirety of that event being held at the school there in the Villages. And so we also have a number of other angles that we'll be tackling coming up in a little bit. That 2 o'clock hour, our Florida Live today. All going to be previewing the president's event and looking at a number of different angles when it comes to that. Here's a look at our feed right now. Still no shot. We are getting a little bit more audio, so let's go ahead and listen in here for a minute. All right, we are going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Actually, no, we're not. I take that back. We just got another feed on the other Edge channel, so give me 1 second to route that, and I can get us a better feed as we continue listening to the president.
They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country. But we're not satisfied at this moment.
Are you considering new strikes on Iran?
Why would I tell you that?
Spirit Airlines, what has been the holdup on a deal? Are they balking?
We're looking at it. We're looking at trying to help them. Something we're not looking to get involved with, but if we can, it's 14,000 jobs. We are, I would say we're driving a tough deal, but it's one of those things. We'll do it or we won't. We'll have something for you today or tomorrow.
It seems like the other lenders are balking. They think they'll get bumped down in priority.
Well, they will. You know, we come first. Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my point. Including with airlines, including with Intel. You know, we made an Intel deal. You know that, right? We made about $40 billion on that. And someday Fox and Peter is going to talk about it. But we helped out Intel, and we ended up making $40 billion. So we're looking at Spirit different kind of a thing. But we're looking at Spirit, and we can help them, we will. But we have to come first. We're first. It's America first.
The CEO of Anthropic came to meet Susie Wiles a week or two ago. What is the latest on your position on that company?
Well, only that they had a very good meeting.
You had the CENTCOM commander come in here yesterday. Was he briefing you on a different approach? Options. What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of him and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I'd prefer not. On a human basis, I'd prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away, or do we want to do something? They're a very disjointed unitship, as you can understand, Peter, very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad position. One group wants to make a certain deal, the other group wants to make a certain deal, including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft, they have no nothing.
There was some reporting this week that because of all the firepower required for Epic Fury, that there are people in the White House who are starting to worry about our inventory of bombs and missiles. Are you worried?
No, we have more than we've ever had, actually. Because all over the world we have inventory, and we can take that if we need it. But all over the world we have tremendous amounts of inventory, the best. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded. Right now, we have more than double what we had when this started. But, you know, we're all over the world. We're in many, many different countries, many different places, all packed up. Now, what happened is Biden came in like a stupid fool, and he gave a lot of what we had to Ukraine.
Right.
And the $350 billion they spent, we don't do that. Everybody has to pay. The European Union pays us, but Biden didn't get money. He got nothing. But he gave a lot of the inventory away. Now, relatively speaking, it's not that, but it was a lot of inventory. He gave it to Ukraine. We built it up, but we have inventory from all over the world.
Are you going to go to the G7? The G7 is in France in June. Will you go to it?
Probably.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon? Mr. President? President NATO.
What about NATO?
Did the king change your mind? King Charles?
No. The king and I had a great, he's just a great person. He's a high-quality person. I love the job he did in Congress. He actually got the Democrats to stand. He's a wonderful person. She's a wonderful lady, a wonderful queen, and we had a good time.
Mr. President, will the Lebanese and Israeli leaders be meeting here soon at the White House?
Yeah, they're going to be coming.
And President Trump, when you go to this is going to be your first big public event since somebody tried to kill you on Saturday. Do you feel safe going to something like this today?
I don't even think about it, Peter.
Do you still support a pardon for Pete Rose, sir?
Oh, I think Pete Rose was great. I think Pete Rose should have been in the Baseball Hall of Fame a long time ago. A long time ago before his death. I think baseball did a great disservice by not respecting his achievements on the field. He was a great player. I knew him.
Mr.
I knew him
President,
well.
sir.
He was a great player.
Will you pardon him? Mr. President, sir.
It seems like you're happy with your blockade and you don't have to restart the war or you don't have to make a deal. Is that correct? Are you happy with the blockade?
The blockade has been unbelievable. Powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that.
So you don't have to do
we're
anything else?
negotiating with them. Their teams are unbelievably disjointed, but we are negotiating.
Mr. President, sir, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 posted their biggest monthly gain since your first term, sir. Can you talk about what this means to you, the stock market performance, and do you believe that this is going to continue throughout the rest of your term?
Thank you. The stock market is hitting record numbers. We have more people working in the USA today than we've ever had working, as you know. It's in many ways. Now, when this war ends, gasoline and oil and everything is going to come tumbling down. But right now, as of this moment, the stock market has hit record highs. We have more people, again, working in the United States today than at any time in the history of our country. We are really doing well. Now, gasoline's high. Other prices are way down, but gasoline's high. But when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will come down.
Now, sir, you're going down to the villages. You're going to be talking to our seniors. You've delivered for seniors, no tax on Social Security, most favored nations. Can you talk about everything that you've done to help our senior population, sir?
I will be. Well, no tax on tips. We have the largest tax cuts in the history of our country also, and regulation cuts, and it's one of the reasons we're doing so well. So we have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. We have no tax on overtime. And you know, something that nobody talks about, if you buy a car, if it's American-made, you get a deduction on interest for income tax purposes.
But Mr. President,
And by the way, very importantly, right over there, the greatest, you're going to have the greatest ballroom ever built. It's on time, on budget, and it's doing great.
Mr. President, you're going to be hosting the first ever UFC fight at the White House in 45 days, sir. Can you preview the event? Can you talk about the card and what this will mean?
They have some of the greatest champions in the world. The arena, they're going to start building it over the next week. It's right here. It'll be about 5,000 seats. They'll have 100,000 people down by the ellipse with screens, and it's all free. It's going to be great. I got to go. More people working in the United States today than ever before in history. Outside of the gasoline, prices are way down. Prices have come down. And I inherited that. We inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country, 48 years. In the history of our country.
Mr. President.
And prices are down. When the war ends, it shouldn't be too long. They want to make a deal so badly, but they're not there yet. They're not there, in my opinion.
Mr. President.
When the war ends, gasoline prices are going to tumble because there is so much right now on the seas already loaded into tankers. Tankers that can't escape the strait. There is so much, like record-setting. But when the war ends, gasoline prices will go down to the lowest they were. The stock market just hit an all-time high. And again, more people working today than at any time ever. And we just got the largest tax cut in history with the no tax.
Mr. President, Mr. Kurdistan.
You like him?
I love you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
I like him too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said you send weapons to help Iranian demonstrators. Some sources claim
these weapons are in Suleimania, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you confirm that? And as you said, they will pay a big price?
I'm not happy with the delivery of the weapons. I'm not thrilled with it. But a small amount of weapons were sent, and we'll see who has them. But I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds. The Kurds did not deliver the weapons. They're loading up. The biggest ships in the world are coming up to Louisiana, Texas, and to Alaska, and they're loading up. So what do you think? I don't want to say it, but our country is getting stronger and stronger. This has been amazing. The amount of oil and gas that we're selling now is at a level that nobody's ever seen.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot, so
Can you tell us what you're not satisfied?
I like him a lot.
Can you tell us why you're not satisfied? Mr. Ron, can you tell us, you said you're not satisfied with the plan right now. Can you tell us what specifically you're not satisfied with?
They're asking for things that I can't agree to.
All right, President Trump there, I don't know if he caught that near the end, was asked about whether he would give Governor Ron DeSantis a cabinet position, and his answer saying, I like Ron a lot. Didn't commit to anything, but emphasized that he does like him a lot, maybe putting, they put behind them the controversy or the rivalry that they had previously, I should say, when the governor challenged the president in the primary a couple of years ago. So the president about to leave. He is going to, again, leave the south lawn of the White House, head to Joint Base Andrews, where he'll get on board Air Force One and head towards Central Florida. We have much more coverage ahead. He is meeting with some supporters and others gathered on the lawn of the White House right now. Appears he is done taking questions, but will be departing shortly. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but don't go anywhere. We have much more to get to. If he's going to be departing here, yeah, it looks like he's waving, speaking, with some of the supporters waving flags, wearing hats there as he leaves the White House to head to the Villages. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look. Air Force One, Joint Base Andrews in Maryland, ahead of the departure of the president. We just saw him leave the White House moments ago, and going to be boarding Air Force One en route to the Villages coming up in just a little bit. We will bring you those live pictures and a lot more coverage as well throughout the afternoon. Right now, though, I want to get you back to that news conference in Polk County, where we were getting ready to hear from the state attorney there, talking about this huge undercover investigation that resulted in the arrest of 266 people. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
We have all of these agencies at the federal and state, local level that want to be a part of this, and that's because they recognize Sheriff Judd's demand for excellence and everything that he does, and it all flows from that. As I was standing there, I was looking at this board, and I got to say, I'm wondering if I need a few more prosecutors when you look at all those pictures there. But I can rest assured we are ready to go, and I have a great team at my office that are prepared to prosecute these cases as necessary, and we're ready to go on that. I want to just say that it is amazing that every time we do an operation like this, I mean, look at the results. And we could start another one tonight. Maybe there is another one tonight. Who knows? And we would get just as many. And as well as it's publicized about Polk County and everything that we do here, they still show up in droves. So I think that speaks volumes about the problem that we have. And so I want to finish by saying a word about human trafficking. And it's a phrase and it's a term that's talked about a lot. And a lot of people do just that. They talk about it, but you got to do more than talk. You got to address the situation head on and take it very seriously and realize that it is real and it is happening, and people's lives are being ruined. They are living in absolute terror. And when you do these types of operations and you take on the supply and that, you are helping combat human trafficking, but also we're saving people that are caught up in these things every single time. So this is a very serious thing. It's well worth all of the resources that are put into it, and I'm proud to be associated with it. Thank you.
And of course, Acting Field
Officer. We are getting ready to hear more remarks in this news conference, but we've got to take another break this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus, so we're going to go ahead and do that now, and then we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. A couple of mentions of breaking news I just want to get you caught up on here. The first being the Wall Street Journal and others now reporting that Spirit Airlines is preparing to shut down as soon as Saturday after the $500 million government bailout deal kind of fell apart. The discount carrier running low on cash, bondholders balking. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The president was asked about that just a few minutes ago and gave his answer. We heard that. Meanwhile, Spirit Airlines on social media saying right now they are continuing to operate. Flights are operating as scheduled. So we'll keep an eye on that, continue to look at the potential impacts of that. But something certainly to monitor right now, as we are hearing that Spirit Airlines could shut down as soon as tomorrow. We are looking to get some more answers on this. We know a lot of you may have questions about this, so we're looking to find out more information as we can. One other update on the redistricting front. We've been following the redrawing of the maps. I want to show you this that Kathy Castor from the Tampa area just posted on social media a little bit ago, saying that she plans to continue to run for re-election in the 14th district, even if those new maps become law. I want to play for you her brief video here that she posted just a few minutes ago.
I'm Kathy Castor, Tampa-based Congresswoman. I love my hometown and I love my neighbors. So no matter how they draw lines on a congressional map, I'm going to stand up for you and your pocketbook. They're trying to avoid accountability for the high cost of living and this affordability squeeze, ripping your health care away, making your electric bills more expensive. Groceries are sky high. And we need a champion from right here at home who are going to stand up to the special interest and not let them avoid accountability. There's too much corruption and graft in Washington, D.C. and in Tallahassee, and I'm not going to stand for it. So I am announcing today that I am a candidate for Congressional District 14, my home. But I need your help. Please donate today at castorforcongress.com. Join our campaign to help lower cost and to keep delivering for the Tampa Bay area.
So that was her post on social media just a few minutes ago. She, in her district, that 14th district, is one of four that was really kind of bore the brunt of these new maps. The others being District 9, which is Congressman Darren Soto. You're actually going to hear from Congressman Soto coming up in our 2 o'clock hour. Florida Live as part of our preview coverage for the president's visit. We're going to talk about redistricting. We're going to talk about the war in Iran. We're going to talk about President Trump's visit and all that with Congressman Soto. Again, that's coming up in our 2 o'clock hour, so make sure you stick around for that. A couple of the other members of Congress, the Democratic members of Congress most impacted by these new maps would be Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Jared Moskowitz in South Florida. The 23rd and 25th districts kind of consolidated in some ways that could provide for some interesting dynamics in that and whatever they decide to do with that. So we are coming up on 1 o'clock. We are still standing by. Actually, look, here is the arrival of Marine One at Joint Base Andrews. President Trump getting ready to disembark the military helicopter that he has ridden on from the White House, and then will soon get on board Air Force One en route to the Villages any minute now. So this is a development here as he gets ready to head to Florida for his rally and his speech focused on tax cuts, the impacts of the big, beautiful bill, and a number of other things as he speaks to a large group. If you were with us in Good Day Orlando, you saw that there was a large crowd that gathered and waiting. And we can actually as well, give me 1 second here, I'm going to show you a split screen. We now have a shot up from inside the venue where this event is going to be happening. You can see folks already filing inside, still 2 hours away from the scheduled start of this event. And so we are seeing media kind of finishing with their setups and a lot of activity there in the next little bit ahead of his visit. You see an American flag, you see the Florida flag as well right behind the backdrop for the podium where the president will speak. Again, that event coming up at 3 o'clock, and we will have much more coverage of that in the next little bit. As we are waiting to see the president here, let me open up our audio a little bit. President Trump now on board Air Force One, going to be heading to the Villages here shortly. Meanwhile, you see where he will be arriving coming up in just a little bit. There's Senator Ashley Moody, Republican from Florida, one of several candidates expected to be at this event. You see her doing an interview on the Media Riser right now. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have much more coverage to come, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. We are heading into the weekend, just a few hours away from that getting started. We know things are going to be hot this weekend, but a lot of things going on. And so it's time for our Community Crossroads, where we talk with our friends at U-Nation about a number of events that you might want to check out this weekend. And we start with the Magic playoff game tonight, Game 6 at the Kia Center.
Way to experience an Orlando Magic game at Kia Center.
Okay, well, number one is to go to the Kia Center. There's nothing like being live at an Orlando Magic game, and honestly, it doesn't even matter where you sit because you can feel the energy absolutely everywhere. And if depending on your best view, if you're really into the sport of it all, then definitely try to get those lower bowl seats where you can be in the action because those boys are right on you. But if you're just there for the energy and the vibes and maybe don't want to spend that extra money for a ticket, those high up seats are still, you can feel the energy, you can see the entire court, and also experience all the great local food because Kia Center has done such a great job of supporting those local Orlando businesses, and we have so many great options that you can get inside. So yes, you can get your hot dog and your popcorn and your burger, but you can also get tacos and bao buns and all these really great Orlando staples.
Sarah, what is your go-to food at the Kia Center?
I like a great chicken bao sandwich. I did not like bao buns until I tried some of the local spots in Orlando. I guess I just never had great bao until I came to Orlando, and now I can't go back. So when I go there, I skip the burgers and the hot dogs and I get a bao bun.
They have a loaded baked potato thing that I always hit. That's legit.
Okay, wait, Johnny, run that back. What do you mean?
So it's on the lower bowl. It's by one of the bars. I went to Stars on Ice where they had the figure skaters go. I wasn't sure if the stand was going to be there. It was. It's electric. They loaded up with pulled pork and onions and everything on it. It's incredible.
Well, I'm going to Kia Center this summer for a concert, so I'm write that down.
Awesome. And then Ashley, we're also looking at a little event in Winter Garden this weekend too.
We have a ton of really great events this weekend, and this one speaks my language. This is where I will be this weekend. It is the Books, Brews, and Bouquets and Blind Boxes. I also love alliteration, so they named this event so well. It's happening this Sunday, May 3rd from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So a nice Sunday morning shop for you over at the Haven at Lake Britt. So they are having a bunch of local vendors come out, and you can get everything that I just mentioned. So you can browse books that's curated from All the Love Books, which is a pop-up bookshop. They are bringing their little truck on over. They're also going to have coffee and drinks from Those Guys Cafe, which if you haven't seen, they are a viral pop-up coffee shop that has some of the best coffee in Orlando. Sarah, you are nodding over there, so you can attest on that as well. You can also build your own bouquet with some fresh florals from Dahlia's Flower Truck, another pop-up that drives around all of Orlando. You can shop unique blind boxes and other fun collectibles from Shop Lucky Girl. Who doesn't love to open a little surprise blind box and see all the fun, unique goodies that you could get from there? It's also a great gift for people. If you don't know what to get somebody, get a blind box because then you're both surprised. And finally, they'll have Theme Park Therapy, which is a local pop-up shop that has merchandise and t-shirts from some of your favorite theme park characters and IPs. I was just scrolling through their Instagram for some inspiration for a birthday present myself. And then they have things like Kingdom Hearts. I've seen some Mickey Mouse, and it's all very themed to some great culture and pop culture stuff as well. So we really have something for everyone. And the pièce de résistance, this event is free to attend and has free parking.
I'm a sucker for a trinket. I'm a sucker for Kingdom Hearts. I have it tattooed on my body. This is elite.
But now I need to know what is tattooed. Is it Sora? Is it
So it's like the chess piece from Kingdom Hearts 3. It's right here. I like it. Yeah.
I'm trying to convince my husband to get a Keyblade. That's what I want for him.
I can send him my artist. She's great. She's local. She's awesome.
Amazing. Support local.
Then we also have a huge Lego event up at Desertland.
We do. First off, before I go into the Lego event, Desertland, if you guys haven't gone, if you're an Orlando local oldie is not a good word to use. If you're Orlando local, you'll probably know Festival Bay Mall. It is now Desertland if you haven't been over there in the past couple of years. And it is such a fun experience. Free parking, again, free entry. It has an arcade, it has a go-kart racing inside. They have a ton of local vendors. Like they still have the cinema movie theater over there. They still have some putt-putt golfing over there. And they have a huge collection of cars, famous cars, James Bond museums over there. There's so much happening. And they also have an event center that has all these great events like the Lego, this Lego fan brick event. So you'll be able to see hundreds of amazing Lego displays created by Lego fans all across Central Florida, professional builders and amateur builders as well. You can also race. They have a 125-foot Lego off-road course that you'll be able to create your own cars and build your own cars and race them, which is awesome and amazing. They have all these incredible one-of-a-kind Lego displays, and you can really see the creativity of people as, wow, like you were able to build this incredible piece of truly it's artwork out of Legos. They're also going to have several guests from other like Lego mega hit TV shows. You can test your skills on the strongest Lego bridge with another master builder. They also will have a Lego minifigure that's going to be over 5 feet that you can help contribute and build to. So everyone from the con is going to be able to come together and build this massive Lego figurine. I'm so excited. They also have a kids zone with thousands of Duplo bricks, so your kiddos can also have some fun over there, and some local vendors that's popping up so you can get some Lego goodies for yourself as well. This is a great family fun event, and again, it's at Desertland, so you can make it a whole fun family day. I personally love Legos. We collect Legos. We're weird like that, but it's such a really fun, creative that was a phone call, sorry. Such a fun, creative experience for the entire family.
How many Lego flower sets have you and your husband built together?
Together? Lego flower sets? 0. Purchased 2. But if you asked how many Lego Star Wars sets have we built together, how many Lego Lord of the Rings sets have we built together, that answer does not exist because it is a lot.
Speaking of Star Wars, Sarah, there's a Star Wars market in Central Florida this week.
It's going to be so much fun on Saturday starting at 12 p.m. at Celebration Lakeside Park. The market is called May the Market Be With You, and that name is so fitting for this Star Wars themed market. There's going to be a lot of Star Wars themed vendors. So if you're looking to go maybe get some Star Wars figurines, maybe Star Wars Legos, you might find them there. This is going to be great. Highly recommend that you go dressed up for the theme. May 4th is on Monday, so this is on the 2nd, but you're celebrating a little bit ahead of time, so you can post on Instagram on Monday and be with the whole theme. So there's going to be handmade goods, local small businesses, and fandom-inspired finds, and of course, like I said, cosplay is encouraged. If you go there dressed up, you're going to look the coolest. There's going to be photo ops for that cosplay outfit, themed treats, and again, just fun for the whole entire community. This is family friendly and free to attend. Get there a little bit early if possible because that's when all the best items are going to be for sale. Plus parking is free, but again, because it is in that celebration area, parking is a little bit limited. So just be ready to park and walk. The area is gorgeous. There's great local bites to eat too as well. If you're not looking in the market and you want to go, just enjoy the weather and grab a bite to eat. It has amazing food and celebration, and it's just a lot of fun.
Is this a bad time to say I've only seen 2 of the prequels for Star Wars?
Johnny, what?
I was a Harry Potter kid.
¿Por qué no los dos?
I did just watch Lord of the Rings. For
the first time?
Yes. Like last month.
Okay, well, you have a mission this Star Wars Day, and guess what? Star Wars Day is actually 2 days. You have May the 4th, and you have Revenge of the 5th. So you have 2 days to get all of your Star Wars prequels in. And hot take, you don't need to watch the sequels. You just need to watch 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, and then call it a day.
I did lie a little bit. I have seen 7.
That doesn't count. That's a nostalgia bait. We're good.
I liked it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fine, but I also don't have the bar.
Nostalgia bait. But, I'm welcome to fight in the comments. So,
So Ashley, there's another convention in Orlando this weekend. Tell me about it.
Yes, Geek Culture Con. Sarah, did you actually want to tackle that one?
Yeah, I can tackle this one for you. So, Geek Culture Con is actually happening Saturday and Sunday. So, you have 2 days. One day you can go watch your Star Wars movies, maybe on Saturday, and then Sunday you can hop on over there with all that knowledge in your head. 10:30 to 4 p.m. at the Doubletree Universal Hotel. This is going to be great. They're calling all anime, gaming, and pop culture fans. So, all the different categories are going to be there. There's going to be over 50 vendors. They're going to have collectibles like Funko Pops, comics, Pokemon cards. So if you're a Pokemon hunter, go there, video games, and of course, more. Plus, you can meet special guests, artists, and creators with opportunities for autographs, but the tickets do not include those guest photos or autographs. That will be a separate ticket price. But there will be voice actors from some of your favorite shows. So if you love One Piece, Phineas and Ferb, Rick and Morty, Demon Slayer, and Naruto, they're going to be there. So this is your chance to meet them. Orlando always has the best events where people can come down. Other towns don't get this opportunity like Orlando does. So definitely go out there if you have time this weekend. Enjoy this great event. Get those Pokemon cards if you're into Pokemon like Ashley is. And tickets are going to be available per day or the weekend, so you can choose. And entry for kids 12 and under is actually free, so you can bring the kids out with you while you shop. And parking is also free on site. So this event is not super expensive unless you're going to go, of course, buy those Pokemon cards, those Funko Pops, and just geek out. So this is a lot of fun also as well. There's a lot of different geek kind of themed events this weekend. So if you're into these type of things, this is going to be a great weekend for you.
Ashley, I saw a little bit of a face when Sarah called you out for being a Pokemon fan.
All of my hobbies are being exposed right now, so I hope everyone really enjoys.
Are you a pack hunter?
We are more of a vendor. We don't rip because we don't have that kind of luck. We shop around for the cards that we want because we can get a guaranteed. We know we're going to get that card. We do not have that luck to open a pack and just get whatever we want.
There's something exhilarating about the thrill of it's like a blind box. It's another blind box.
It's a blind box. I love them. I'm here for the cute cards. My husband looks for the value cards. So we have different goals and motivations for our Pokemon collections.
And earlier you mentioned Revenge of the Fifth. It's also Cinco de Mayo. What are some of the best places to go for Cinco de Mayo in Central Florida this Tuesday?
I can start off with some of my favorite places. This one I stumbled on by complete accident one day when I was just looking up Mexican spots near me that are good, and it's called Tortilla La Mexicana 2. So not the first one, but the second one. This is in Oak Ridge, and they're going to be having a Cinco de Mayo celebration. They have really great food. When you go in there, they have a salsa bar where you can choose different salsas, and it's not like that basic red type of salsa. There's a lot of salsas, so you know the food's great. They speak to you in Spanish, but no worries if you don't know how to speak Spanish. They also have English speakers as well, but it's super authentic. The food, I'm telling you, the food is literally amazing. They're going to be having $5 shots, $5 margaritas, and you can get 6 beers for $25 in those beer buckets. You cannot get a margarita that cheap in Orlando anywhere usually, like a really good margarita. So if you're looking to have a little bit of a fiesta, a little celebration, go there, grab some drinks, and then fill up with some food so that you guys can get home very safely.
Is there tableside guac?
There is tableside guac.
That's a game
Yeah.
changer. That's a game changer.
You gotta go for the guac and the salsa, I'm telling you. And there's
Ashley,
another great spot too.
all right, tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Have you had Tamale and Co. before? There's 2 locations.
I have not.
You've never been to, okay, so I'm gonna put everyone on in Orlando to Tamale and Co. This place is fire. Not only is it super cute, they always have really cool themed cocktails all year long, but especially for Cinco de Mayo, their tamales are amazing. Every time we've gone there, we've had amazing food. There's a churro cart that we really enjoyed that had sparklers on it. Ashley loved it, didn't you, Ashley?
It was incredible. 10 out of 10 experience. Everyone needs to get the churro cart.
It's amazing, and this business is family owned. So every time we go in there, we literally see the family working super hard, and they're super great. They make you feel really at home. And even better, their food is already great price, but they're going to be doing $5 everything. So think house margaritas, beer, shots, tacos, and tamales. You're going to get a really, really great meal for so cheap. That's cheaper than going to McDonald's or Burger King or Taco Bell. and they're going to be having live music, so it's going to be a whole vibe. There are 2 locations. I recommend maybe get a reservation ahead of time because of those $5 deals. This place is probably going to be super packed out. If you go in College Park, again, parking's kind of limited, so just be prepared to walk a little bit further. Same with the other location in Ivanhoe. Parking is a little limited, but if you get there early enough, you should not have an issue.
That sounds elite. A lot of deals, a lot of good stuff. Ashley,
gave 2
what are some other
locations.
deals?
I have 2 more locations for you guys in case options. We love options, right? So Queso Loca is more, it's more quick service than a sit down restaurant. If maybe you want something more fast paced, you didn't have time to make reservations, making some last minute decisions. There's 3 locations, one on Fairbanks here in Orlando, one off of Cimarron in Apopka, and one on Brent Road over in Mount Dora. So different locations for you guys. And let me tell you, they have the best birria tacos I've had in Orlando. That's what I recommend, but they also do have a Cinco de Mayo special where they're doing $2 street tacos, $6 house margaritas, $20 beer buckets, and a special on a Cinco de Mayo box. And the box itself has 2 quesadilla tacos, escate, and a churro. So you get the whole experience for just in a box, already prepped for you, grab and go. So that's more if you're in for something like, I just really want some really great Mexican on Cinco de Mayo, don't have time to plan. Queso Loca is a great option. But another sit-down experience-based option is also Pepe's Cantina. There are 3 locations here in Orlando, in Winter Park, Claremont, and in Oviedo. So once again, really all across the city, wherever you're located, you can find what's near you. They have $5 tequila shots and $6.25 house margaritas as well on their Cinco de Mayo specials. And what I personally recommend from Pepe's Cantina, haters gonna hate, but they have this Hawaiian fajita that's served in literally a pineapple. They slice half a pineapple and they serve you all your fajita toppings inside the pineapple, and it's incredible. It is amazing, and I highly recommend it every single time that I go.
That sounds electric.
I'm also someone that does like pineapple on my pizza, so take that knowledge with it as well.
My opinion about pineapple on pizza is if you care too much either way, it's a red flag.
Oh, so you were Switzerland. You are neutral.
I think I've had it before. It's fine. It's okay.
It's the sweet and the savory combination that really does it for me, which tying it back to Cinco de Mayo, which is why I love the Hawaiian fajita, because you get all of the spices and the flavors of the chicken and the fajitas paired with the sweetness of the pineapple that really just brings the entire dish together.
Is it better than mushroom sausage? No, but like it's fine.
Oh, pizza. I was like, I've never had a mushroom and sausage fajita, but
you could make it happen.
Yeah, I would eat it. I would have that in a heartbeat.
All right, if people want more things to do, how can they find it?
Despite all our huge list that we have for you guys this weekend, there are even more things to discover all across the city beautiful. You guys can download the free YouNation app to find all the events happening and local guides to more activities, businesses, and everything to discover right here in Orlando. If you guys want to follow along more closely with us, you can follow us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Awesome. Sarah Barkley, Ashley Edwards, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at Kia Center right now. You see the sign, everybody in. It is a huge night for Magic fans. 7 o'clock, it's Game 6 between the Magic and the Pistons. The Magic have a chance to end the series right here tonight. Going to need a huge crowd out there. Going to need everyone to be loud and cheer on the Magic. They're coming off a Game 5 loss in Detroit after taking a series lead. So again, they could end this tonight. We did hear from Desmond Bain earlier today, as well as Wendell Carter Jr. in shoot-around, and here is what they said just a few minutes ago.
We changed the way we defend a little bit, but more than anything, it was offensive rebounds, that really hurt us. The games we won, we controlled the paint, and we didn't do that. So, it was a reflection on us for sure.
Your level of confidence with the group that, knowing even with Kate going up to 45, there were still things in that game that you guys did that you could have won the game?
For sure. We were right there, on the road, had our chances. That's all you can ask for. So, yeah, we're definitely confident and excited to play at home tonight.
When you're in a competitive playoff series, losses happen. These are really good teams. But how important is it to kind of learn from those losses, and what does it say about a team to respond when you face that kind of person?
Yeah, I think that's the playoffs. Mentally and physically, can you handle the toll? Winning games, losing games, playing well, not playing well, home, road, all that. So I'm excited for the challenge, and I think that our group's ready to make it happen.
Always, I guess the perception is that the NBA is a fourth quarter league. Whoever wins the final few minutes always wins the game. In this series, it seems like the team that's been the most effective at imposing its will for the first 4 minutes of one each game. Why do you think that's been the case in this series so far in each of the first 5?
I think that both of these teams thrive off of physicality and setting the tone with the way you play. And generally, the way you come out says a lot about how ready you are to play. And we got to be the more ready team tonight.
Kind of that point, how often you play defense? How important is it to play with the lead and kind of be out ahead early? Either manage that lead or have that cushion.
Yeah, I think that we've done it in a few different ways throughout this series and throughout the course of the season. We've been in a lot of close games over the course of the season, and we feel very comfortable, whether up or down. So we're confident.
Last game, you guys got foul trouble pretty early on, trying to be physical and playing how you play. How do you balance that of not being as physical but still trying, if the fouls are getting called, just also playing like your style?
Yeah, I think we got to be smart. We got to understand how the game's being officiated and move accordingly.
That Desmond Bain speaking earlier today ahead of Game 6 coming up tonight. Joining us live now to talk about this, we've got Jason Beatty, the Orlando Magic beat writer for the Orlando Sentinel, joining us live now via Zoom. Jason, always good talking with you. A huge game tonight for this Orlando Magic team.
Yeah, that's an understatement to say the least. Certainly they understand what happens or what could happen if you go to a Game 7 back to Detroit. I don't think they have any plans to pack their bags, though, and go back to Detroit for a Game 7. They understand the significance of closing this one out tonight at home and the opportunity in front of them.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Franz, though, do they need Franz to win this game tonight, or is this still something they can pull off without him?
I think it's something they can still pull out without him. I think even though Franz was already ruled out yesterday for tonight's game, we asked Jamal Mosley if Franz was able to go through anything at all at shoot-around this morning. He said no. So, knowing that you might not even have Franz for Game 7, obviously nothing's been ruled out yet for that game potentially if it were to happen. But I think they have been acting, the players themselves, their mindset has, been like, we have to find a way to get this done without Franz because he's not available tonight. And I think the biggest problem that they're going to have is trying to defend Cade Cunningham. As good of a defender as Jalen Suggs is, it just felt like in Game 5 he was a little too small for Cade's side. I mean, Cade is obviously a talented player, #1 pick, and is 6'6". He's a larger guard, and I think having Franz to be able to defend him really helped him out a lot. And I think maybe we'll see more of Paolo Banchero on Cade tonight, or they throw some different bodies like Tristan Da Silva or Anthony Black at him. But it's a rare situation where Jalen Suggs, is at a little bit of a disadvantage. But that's where they miss Franz the most. I think, obviously offensively, his ability to score around the basket and drive downhill is something that they miss on offense. But I think defensively is really where it was the most notable for me, most recognizable for me, what they missed in Game 5.
Yeah, is that the biggest adjustment they kind of need to make from Game 5, from that loss to tonight?
I think so. I think finding a way. I mean, obviously, look, they won Game 1 on a night that Cade had 30-plus points. I think he had 39 Game 1. They still won on the road. So, and they won Game 4 at home, without Franz Wagner the entire fourth quarter that night back in Kia Center. So they're aware of what they need to fix and what they need to adjust. And I think a lot of that, comes down to the defense, especially. They can't, be in the bonus so early on in the game. They have to remain out of foul trouble. They have to be able to defensive rebound. I mean, the offensive rebounds were pretty remarkable to watch, especially on missed free throws from Detroit. It just seemed like, the Pistons were really gobbling up those offensive boards, and that leads to extra opportunities. And in a possession game that's so tight, a few shots here, a few extra baskets there can really change the entire game, if not an entire series. So, they feel confident. They feel that they're going to play better at home. They made some mistakes, and they still had a chance to win Game 5. I mean, they were down 3 with about 30 seconds left before Cunningham made a big basket that made it a 2-possession game. But they feel like they can control free throw shooting and their effort on the glass to find a way to win tonight.
I mean, we've seen some big performances offensively from Paolo, but it hasn't always resulted in wins. So what do you think we need to see offensively from number 5 or from others tonight to really help things?
Yeah, it's interesting. This is now his 3rd time in the NBA playoffs, and he's proven time and time again now, going back to Cleveland 2 years ago, he's a playoff riser. He knows how to rise to the occasion. As they say, it's winning time for him in the playoffs. And so there's no concern there about whether or not Paolo Banchero will be able to deliver. He's capable of that. The problem is they're 1-6 now when he scores more than 30 points in the playoffs. So there seems to be this tricky balance of, obviously you want your best players to score points, but also finding balance in involving others. And sometimes, Paolo obviously has to make his shots and find his spots, but it also has to be an offensive balance. And that was something the Pistons had. A lot of their starters beyond Cade played really well. And I think, this is a time for Desmond Bane, for Jalen Suggs, for Orlando's bench. Like Anthony Black had a big game in Game 5. Another performance like that from him, or some big shots from Tristan Da Silva, would really go a long way. In addition to Paolo, if Paolo can piece together 27 points, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists, as opposed to 45 or 50 points, that's where you'll see more offensive balance. That really helps Orlando's chances tonight.
You talk about Desmond Bane. How big is the energy that he brings and the effort? It always seems like he's just going full bore. How much does that mean to this team?
Yeah, Des has some swag about him that, not many players on the opposing teams, try to mess with him. I mean, there have been some instances that we've talked about this year. He's throwing the ball at players or whatever it is. But I think his grit, his toughness, his aggression, he's really not afraid of the moment. And that swag and that mindset goes a long way. I mean, when players see other players play hard or dive for loose balls or put their body on the line or trying to instigate the opponent, that really impacts other players' body languages and mindsets and their outlook on the game. And Desmond has playoff experience. He's been to the second round before, back in Memphis when he was with the Grizzlies. It's something the majority of this roster has not been able to do. So Desmond is not only hitting big shots for them, but really setting the standard for them on both ends of the court, but especially on offense with, his 3-point shooting, of course.
So what's the game plan for tonight, you think?
Yeah, I think the game plan is to stay out of foul trouble and take care of the ball. That was something where, Detroit got to the line so often, so early in Game 5. I think Orlando was in the bonus, after 6 minutes or so of the first quarter. And like I said earlier, the possession game is just so important. And obviously you're not going to play a perfect game, but you can't dig yourself in too much of a hole early, because we've seen now, it seems like every game, you talk about the fourth quarter being so important and who wins that, but really it feels like every game, the first 4 or 5 minutes have really decided who sets the tone for the game and who wins the game eventually. So staying out of foul trouble early, taking care of the ball, really avoiding those live ball turnovers that lead to easy baskets on the other end. I think if Orlando is able to do those two things early and come out and hit shots, and I don't even think they need to come out and bury them immediately. Obviously, they want to do that at some point, but to have the crowd behind them, I think those factors will be really key, game plan wise.
All right, a lot to look forward to tonight. Do you think this is something they're going to be able to pull off tonight, or do you see it heading to Game 7 in Detroit?
They're more than capable. They have enough talent. They've been here before. They understand why they don't want to go back to Detroit for Game 7. Even without Franz Wagner, like I said, in Game 5, they were down 3 points with 30 seconds left in a game that they missed 14 free throws. They lost by 7. So if you take care of your business, if you make your free throws, if you box out and control the things that you can control as a player, that those little possessions, those little moments in games go a long way. So they also know they play better at home. They feel really confident. They're asking fans to arrive early. They're asking fans to wear black. Those 2 games in Orlando, I can tell you as someone who's been at every game this entire series, the fans have been much better in Orlando than they have been in Detroit. There's obviously been moments when the Pistons have gone on runs. It's gotten very loud inside Little Caesars Arena, but the sustained energy from the crowd goes a long way, and it's part of the reason why they've been 8-1 under Jamal Mosley in the postseason the last 3 years. So they like their chances, and they understand what's at stake tonight.
Well, let's see that energy tonight then again at Kia Center, hopefully. Jason Beatty, Orlando Magic beat writer for the Orlando Sentinel. We really appreciate your time all throughout this series. We've enjoyed chatting with you, and let's hope we see the Magic clinch tonight.
Should be a fun one, no doubt.
All right. Thanks, Jason. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Let me give you a live look right now at the Villages, where President Trump is expected to speak at 3 o'clock. Large crowd already gathering there. You see his the sign behind the podium saying "Golden Age for your golden years, no tax on Social Security." The president expected to talk a lot about that in the Villages coming up in just a little bit. And our special live coverage previewing the presidential visit to Central Florida is going to start in about 18 minutes. We'll kick that off at 2 o'clock with Florida Live, and we will have team coverage of the president's visit from inside and outside that venue. We will talk with some of our experts and analysts as well over that 2 o'clock hour leading up to the rally that's scheduled to begin at 3. Right now, though, I want to get you to Fort Myers, where Governor Ron DeSantis spoke earlier, held a news conference where he was talking about teacher pay and education. He was there with the state's education commissioner, Stacey Kamoutsas, and here is Governor DeSantis earlier today.
It's great to be back in Fort Myers. I want to thank everybody who's here. We've got an all-star cast of people here. You're going to hear a number of speakers. And you're going to get 2 good pieces of legislation signed today. We're joined by Florida's Education Commissioner, Stacey Kamoutsas. He's a very big favorite of the teachers' unions. Just kidding. Senator Martin, Representatives Person, Malika, and Botana, Superintendent Dr. Denise Carlin, members of the Lee County School Board, members of the Clay County School Board, Brevard County Superintendent Mark Rendell, State Board of Education. Oh no, Ryan had an issue. Ryan's a good guy though, Ryan Petty. Fort Myers Mayor Kevin Anderson, Estero Mayor Joanne Ribble, Lee County Commission members, Cape Coral City Commission, and Aaron With, CEO of the Freedom Foundation. I mean, I think I pretty much named everybody in the gym right now. And so it's a great time to be back in Southwest Florida. I think we start to see the snowbirds migrate back as we get into May, so I know a lot of people. And it's a great place to be, and we're into May. Obviously, hurricane season starts in June. We were in a very, very serious drought situation. We've been helping our forestry and agriculture departments with the fires, and our Division of Emergency Management. We've been doing a lot of work there, and they've been doing a good job in forestry and agriculture. And so, hopefully you get some rain on that. But they do claim that when you have droughts, that impacts the severity of hurricane season in a good way for us. So we'll see, right? I mean, they say these things and then it doesn't happen. But it was great to not have a storm last year. And it'd be really good to not have another one. And I think a lot of people down here in Southwest Florida agree with me on that one. So let's keep our fingers crossed. We'll be prepared. So today, I think is really, really important. If you look at one thing that conservatives have complained about in terms of education in the United States of America over the past 30, 40 years, it has been the role and influence that partisan teachers unions play in our public education system. And we see it around the country in ways that are quite frankly grotesque, with the knee-jerk far-left partisanship of some of these unions in Chicago or LA or San Francisco, adopting things that have nothing to do with education, just going and do these conferences, the national conferences, and they're adopting all these positions as far left as you can, and that's what they conceive of their role as, to promote a political agenda. That obviously I don't think is the role that parents and taxpayers and students believe is the right role, and it leads to a lot of really, really bad things. So, for example, in the state of Florida, one of the things we did better than anyone was make a stand early on and saying, during COVID, kids need to be able to go to school in person. It's very important to do that. And I had a lot of parents that were happy when we took that stand. The media was not happy. Political opposition was not happy. Even some people in my own party were very skittish about that, but we knew the science, we knew it was the right thing to do, even if it wasn't popular at the time. So we announced this, I think, in June of 2020. All schools will be open. We gave parents the option, if you wanted to do virtual, you could do it, but everybody who wanted to be there had a right to be there because it's important for our kids, and we really believe that. And a lot of parents were happy, as I said. Honestly, a lot of individual teachers were happy because they saw, particularly when you talk about kids with special needs or some of these other unique categories, you can't do virtual with that. And so they were itching to get back in the classroom, but not the school unions. They sued me to try to close the schools. And you had Weingarten, Randy Weingarten, big union, very left. She's kind of like the Hakeem Jeffries of teachers' unions. What a piece of work these people are. And so they were coming, suing, but then they would do these performances where they would bring coffins and leave them in front of our Department of Education building to try to say that all the kids were going to die if they were going to school. And so you had this, and actually I think we lost in the trial court on that one, which we normally do. And then of course we won on appeal, which we normally do. So we won against them. Kids went to school, and really the rest is history. That was one of the ways we were leading the country back then. But all those the partisan school unions, they wanted to keep the schools closed. Chicago, you'd have some of the leaders of the union, we got to have school, it's too dangerous, you can't go. And then they'd be in the Bahamas on their social media, just living it up. They did not want to go into school, but they were totally fine to be doing all these other things. I mean, it's just like some of these folks during that time, you'd have mayors and governors attacking Florida. Oh, we don't want to be irresponsible like Florida. We're not going to do that, justifying their lockdown policies. Then you'd see them at like the Fort Lauderdale Yacht Club or in South Beach having a great time, right? And so that's just what was going on. So you saw that around the country, and some of these schools were closed for a massive amount of time, and that did a lot of damage. And that was a very political position to take. It was not in the best interest of the students or parents, but that was done. They tried to do that here, and we beat them on that. But when I saw that, that was very, very disturbing, because that goes beyond just their partisanship and the ideology. That went that they were willing to not do the right thing on behalf of the students when the students really needed it the most. Then you fast forward to, we hear about teacher compensation, whatever, in Florida. We fund some, educate the locals. There's a combination the way we do it. And so we're like, we can send money down to school districts, but some school districts won't use it to increase teacher salaries. So we did a provision in the budget 4 or 5 years ago, and we think we started with $500 million, and it was only to increase teacher pay. And we started with the average minimum salary, and so we've been able to bring that from $38,000 to almost $50,000 in the state of Florida over these years because of that program, which is tops in the Southeast. But then we liberalized it. They did more, and this most recent year is $1.38 billion just for that, which Florida's never done that much in our history. But what happens is the money goes, and it can be used for teacher pay only. But what some of these school unions were doing, even though the money's available July 1st when the fiscal year starts, they were withholding that in negotiations. They were using that money for their teachers, and a lot of the teachers are a member of their union, to leverage other things in these negotiations. So we'd be talking about, hey, we did $1 billion in teacher categorical. Then we hear from teachers, August, September, I haven't gotten anything. Well, why haven't you gotten anything? It's because the school unions were slow walking pay increases for the teachers. And I'm just thinking to myself, how crazy is this that would be happening? And when I saw that, I was like, we've got to do something about it. Now, here's the issue. There's two issues, I think, with respect to teacher unions, why they've historically been viewed as a problem in terms of how education's worked in this country. The first is look, if you are a union, you are duty bound to represent your members, correct? So in Los Angeles, LA Unified School District, they have a policy with sex offenders, they reassign them to a different school in the district. Now think about that. Is that good for kids? No. Is that the moral thing to do? No. But what they're pledged to do is to defend the rights of their members against really all costs. And so they're going to err on the side of that, even though most people would look at that and say, of course you don't just reassign. That's not what you do. You terminate. But their fiduciary responsibility is that. Their responsibility isn't for the kids, the parents, the taxpayers, none of that. It's those members. Well, that skews the operation of how these schools are supposed to go, because the schools are funded by taxpayers, and the goal should be to produce the best education you can for the students and for involving the parents in that education. And that's the philosophy we've had in Florida. So the incentives just aren't aligned. The incentives are not to do what's in the best interest of the students. It's to do what's in the best interest of the membership that is doing that. So that's one problem. Another problem is they've become partisan actors. You know, I see some of these, the police union, whatever, they focus on these police issues, whatever. They're getting involved in a whole host of things. That's why in California, the U.S. Supreme Court even had to overrule their policy of doing secret gender transitions behind the parents' back. That's an agenda. That is not doing what's best for parents and students. But that is the mindset with how ideological it's become. And then what do? And in Florida, we have paycheck protection, no automatic deduction for the dues. But what they'll do in some of these other states is they take the money out of everybody's check for dues, and it's supposed to be, oh, we're going to improve your working conditions or benefits. But what they use it for is basically partisan political activism. Massive amounts of money going into the political system, basically through commandeering of people's paychecks, part of their paychecks. We signed the paycheck protection a few years ago. In Florida, there's no automatic deduction. They have to sign a form and opt in. And if they do that, then they can write the check to the school union if they want to. But what happens is when you give teachers the choice, a meaningful choice, they choose not to do it. And most teachers in Florida have chosen not to be members of these school unions. And I think it's because they don't represent the values of those teachers or even their interests, as we've seen with them withholding or trying to block the swift implementation of the pay thing. And then think about how crazy it is. Like California, that state is run by the school unions, like totally run lock, stock, and barrel. You will go, you'll have a politician sitting there negotiating with some teacher union with other people's money, taxpayer money, knowing the more taxpayer money they shovel there, the more political money that they're going to end up getting. It doesn't work. It skews the system. So this bill recognizes, while we've done a lot in Florida, there's more that does. You have examples, many examples of these school unions that have this authority, and they have like a handful of people who've actually consented to them representing. So why should they play such a large role if they don't have people who actually want to sign their name and join these entities? So the first piece of legislation I'm going to sign is Senate Bill 1296 to provide once and for all for the decertification of partisan teacher unions. And this is something people have been wanting to see for a long time. Now, there's a process involved in this. I'm sure Stassi will take it and go over it. But you should not have these entities operating if they do not have support from the people they purport to represent. Also in that bill, the bill implements a fast-track process for teacher salary increases. So when we put that money in the budget, which I hope that they'll do again this year, that money goes straight to the teachers without being blocked by any of these school unions. And I know a lot of teachers are going to push for it.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier today in Fort Myers, talking about teacher pay, education, the teachers' unions as well at this event, where we also heard from Education Commissioner Stasi Kamoutsas speaking as well. Well, we are getting ready to take a break here on Fox Local, but we'll be back at the top of the hour for Florida Live. We are going to get you all set up and ready for the president's visit to the villages. We've got team coverage coming up for you in just...
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV as well. We are about 1 hour out from President Trump's visit to the villages, where he's going to be speaking in front of a big crowd there at a school in Sumter County. And we have team coverage for you today to get you ready for that. We're going to check in with our crews on the ground, inside and outside the venue. We're going to check in with political analysts. We're also going to talk about presidential security for an event like this. And then coming up later in the hour as well, you're also going to hear from Congressman Darren Soto, a Democrat from Florida's 9th District, to respond to Trump's visit, and also talk about redistricting, the war in Iran, a number of different topics as well. So we're going to get you ready for that presidential visit here to Central Florida. And we kicked off our team coverage this afternoon with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now from inside the Villages Charter High School. And Marie, if you're able to hear me, how are things going on inside there?
Oh my gosh, Garrett, that was so scary. You cut out just at the most terrifying moment, but I did hear you right at the end there. Things are coming along. There's a pastor on stage right now who's really getting the crowd fired up. The energy throughout the day at first started really, really incredible. There were lots of people singing. Everyone was excited, but it was hot out, and lots of people were here hours and hours before the doors even opened. Doors opened here at noon. I talked with one family that got here at 4 in the morning. We saw some people who had blow-up mattresses out here before it was even light out to make sure that they would be able to make it into this event today. I talked with a lot of people who showed up at 9 in the morning. They weren't sure that they were going to make it in. So it was packed. There are still people filing in, still people outside. I know that we have a crew outside as well who said they still saw crowds and crowds of people. This was gigantic. We did, however, also see on the opposite side of things, I mean, yes, there were people who were so excited to be here. We also saw lots of people collapsing in that heat and requiring medical aid, a lot of them really shortly before they made it inside. There was sort of a bottleneck with security just to make sure that everyone was checked thoroughly and everything here is kept safe. You know, that's going to be very important anywhere the president goes. But it's Florida. There was no shade. And so we saw a lot of people kind of going to the ground and having to be carried out. I did reach out to Sumter County Fire to ask whether they have numbers yet on how many people fell ill in the heat. But as for everyone here, you can probably hear behind me, everyone is getting pretty excited. I believe we're about to potentially, I cannot see what's happening behind me. Sorry about that. But people are applauding for, it appears to be a veteran behind me. If I can kind of scoot just so you can see. Also here today, we did see Randy Fine. He's a representative in Brevard County, and we saw Byron Daniels, who's out of South Florida, so we know there are some politicians here. It looks like it's getting quiet. We might be about to start the Pledge of Allegiance, so Garrett, I might send it back to you just out of respect so I'm not talking through this.
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Yeah, Marie, we were able to hear the Pledge of Allegiance there from that gentleman with his World War II veteran cap on that we are seeing there. Now, just kind of paint the picture for us inside. We can see a little bit. We know it's a big crowd. About how many people? Do we know how many people that venue holds? And tell us a little bit about what we expect to hear
Garrett,
from the president.
Are you? Garrett, if you're talking to me, I'm going to need you to repeat that. The call dropped just a moment ago. I had to redial in.
All right, Marie, I would say we were able to hear the Pledge of Allegiance there, and I was just asking you to kind of paint a picture for us about the size of the venue. I know we can see a good chunk of it, but do we know the capacity of this, and what do we expect to hear from the president coming up in just a little bit?
Capacity, I'm still unsure of. I was trying to get that question answered as well. I know there were thousands of people trying to get in. I'm not sure of the exact number for how many will be let in total. It seems like they did sort of expand the number that they were originally going to allow in. I did talk with a guard about that earlier in the day. They had chairs set up in front, that's over here, but along the sides there's plenty of more people packing the bleachers. We're in essentially a high school gymnasium, although a nice one. And the president is going to be talking about various forms of taxes and benefits for seniors. It's gotten quiet again. There's a choir behind me. I'll step out of the way again. I got to see them practicing earlier, which was a treat. They were performing or planning to perform the national anthem.
And we will go ahead and listen in.
And you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the
Wow, what a rendition of the national anthem from the choir inside the arena there. We were also, as we were watching
Garrett,
that.
like I mentioned, I got to see that choir performing earlier, or practicing earlier, rather. They were in this, like a hallway or an alleyway beside some businesses where it was good quality of sound. It was kind of echoing, and it was really lovely. It was a treat to get to see. I will say, though, they had to go through those security lines. They were a little bit in front of me, all in black with the sun beating down on them. It was, I felt bad for them. So it was wonderful to see them up here today, just now. So you were asking what the president plans to speak about. We know that he was going to discuss some benefits for seniors and a couple of different tax measures that he's considering. We don't know what else he might throw in there. That's always something that we'll be listening for. And I also don't know the order of that approach. We do know that he has been to the villages before and talked about taxes in the past as well, so we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll let you know. He's planning to be here at 3. We know these events sometimes go on a little bit late, though, so I wouldn't call it 3 on the dot, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. We appreciate you joining us live inside that venue, and we will check back in with you coming up in just a little bit.
Sure thing, Garrett.
Meanwhile, we have also been watching there the Starlink launch, 29 satellites heading into low Earth orbit. That's what we've been watching, split screen, waiting to see that separation as well. But let's go ahead and check in now with Fox 35's Matt Trezza, who is joining us live outside that venue where we know there has been a huge crowd and still is a large crowd outside that school. Matt, what is the scene out there? It looks like a lot of folks. What are they not able to get in there? Did they just come to show their support? What's the situation there?
Well, right now, let me set the scene for you. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people in a line. That's kind of a big serpentine line snaking back and forth from my right over to my left here. And over to the left is where we've got the main entrance into the venue. Now, actually, we have some paramedics here with a stretcher set up because we recently heard that there was somebody having a medical issue. It just shows you, I think, likely from the heat and just standing in line for the amount of time that a lot of the people have had to do. Now, it's not clear at this point as to whether all of these people are going to be able to get inside the venue in order to hear the president speak, but certainly all these people are hopeful to do so. Let's see if we can talk with some of them and get their thoughts about why they are here today. Let's see. Pardon me, sir. Ma'am, come on over. You want to talk to me for a couple of seconds? Come on, someone. All right. Trump hat, come on over.
We did it already.
Come on, one more time. No love today. We'll take it. Hey, come on over. All right, very good. What brought you out here today?
Trump.
And tell me, what are you looking forward to hearing him say? What are you looking forward to hearing?
All of his good economic policies, the new IRA, the $1,000 he's going to give, keep the borders open, get the Strait of Hormuz open so gas prices go down. Yeah.
What do you think about the gas prices?
Nobody likes them, but I don't want a nuclear war either.
Okay, you think that's the choice?
Somebody made that choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so tell me, domestically, what do you think about how he's doing? What do you looking forward to hearing about his policies on that front?
Oh, I think he's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. Whatever he ran on, he's fulfilled, and he keeps going.
What are some of those things?
Close the borders, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. Yeah.
What do you think about him coming here to speak in the villages?
I love it. I just wish there was some water for all of us. I don't think we're going to get in, but we're here.
How long have you been standing in line?
4 hours.
My goodness. Did they say whether or not you're going to get in or not?
No, but we're here. If not, I want to see him land at 3 o'clock.
Very good. Do you, if he does, just come and land and you don't get a chance to get in, what are you going to do? You're going to stick around? What's the plan?
I want to see him land, and then I can say we were here. This is a once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime. Excellent. And I think he's great. Go Trump.
Excellent. What's your name, ma'am?
Mary Pat Eastman.
Very good to meeting you. Thank you so much. Good to speak with you. Let's see. Right over here. Any folks want to come over and talk with me a little bit about why you're here today?
We're here.
Very good.
We're in America.
What's your name, sir?
250, Colton Elliott.
Colton Elliott?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And so tell me, what brought you out here?
Oh, definitely the 250. We're going to see Donald. I want to see Donald. Maybe get this this guy back here a gold card. You know, a nice big golden card. We need one of
the
those.
$1 million ones.
Yeah, one of the million. We need one of those. Maybe a donation, yeah?
What do you like about the president? What are you looking forward to hearing him say?
Man, he's just true. He speaks the truth. You know, you see a lot of politicians and they don't do what they say, and this man does what he says he's going to do.
What are some of those things?
Well, the border. Look at Joe. Sleepy Joe. I don't even think he knows he's alive, honestly. I mean, dead man walking, falling down the stairs.
You're almost sounding like the president
Yeah,
here.
a little
Is this
bit.
something that you've cultivated?
No,
or it just happens naturally?
No, this just happens naturally. I'm a developer like Donald here. I'm building the biggest tower in Tampa right now. So, Donald, we got to compete here. I don't know. But no, he's a man of the people. He really is. The borders. I mean, look at the borders and what has happened. He has cleaned it up. Now it's called nice. Love that, right? The tariffs. I think we could do a lot with the tariffs, right? You know, why are we allowing all these countries to tariff us? We should be taxing and tariffing the hell out of these countries, really and truly.
What do you think about the gas prices, the grocery prices?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great question. So, I mean, that's a little frustrating, right? We have so much oil and gas here in Alaska, right? We could be drilling, and as you see on the boating map, the boats you can see on like marine maps, they're all coming. All these countries are flooding in with the oil. They're all coming in. So why aren't we having lower gas prices? That's a great question because we have more oil than the UAE and Russia combined. So we could be having very low gas prices. And I think they will come down. I think they will. I think we could see gas prices come down to the $2 rank again. I do believe it. Okay. I think probably 2027 we'll see it.
How long have you been standing in line?
Thank you. Oh, probably we've been standing in line for a couple hours, maybe 3 hours. It looks like they stopped letting people in, so hopefully we can get in. We'll see.
What happens if you don't get in? What are you going to do?
Well, I mean, I was just at Mar-a-Lago last week, so I mean, you know, I'll see them one day or another.
All right, very good. I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Pleasure. Nice
Likewise.
meeting you.
So yeah, just some of the thoughts and opinions from some of the folks in the crowd. Again, no guarantee that any of them is going to get into the venue. Some of them just happy to be here on what they say is a historic occasion. Well, for now, I'm going to send it back to you, Garrett. We're live in the Villages. Matt Tressa, Fox 35 News.
All right, Matt. Big crowd out there. We appreciate your updates there. Give you a live look right now inside the venue, hearing from Senator Ashley Moody on the stage right now. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us as we preview President Trump's visit to the Villages. Give you a live look inside that venue right now. Senator Ashley Moody speaking. She's one of several Republican candidates who is going to be at this event. We just heard a few minutes ago as well from Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson, who has announced his run for re-election as well. Joining us live now outside the venue to talk about this presidential visit, we've got Fox 13 Tampa Bay political editor Craig Patrick joining us live now. Craig, always good chatting with you, and thanks for joining us today here on Florida Live.
Likewise, Gary, glad to be here.
So just to give us a little bit of a setup here as far as what we expect to hear from the president and why he's bringing that message to the Villages here in Florida.
Well, I think we have to put an asterisk and say the operative word is expect, because the president rarely follows a script, and when he does, he often breaks from it. So there's a good possibility, a likelihood that he will cover a lot of ground and may surprise us with things that we may not expect. But having said that, I think, and based on what we've read, the focus is going to be on issues for senior citizens, specifically on tax reform. Among other things, the president wants to press the point that when he passed the reforms of last year under the big, beautiful bill, that among them are a bonus deduction for senior citizens. That's a $6,000 deduction, phases out based on means, but a $6,000 deduction up to, for many, that they can deduct on their gross adjusted income. And that's a big help for a lot of seniors. Well, the Villages is the largest retirement community in the United States, and it is overwhelmingly Republican in support of President Trump. You put all of that together, and then what better a place to go if you want to tout the reforms that are giving seniors a tax break at a time that prices are in fact rising and that a lot of people are concerned about them. And also, this is a community, as many may know, where many get along by golf cart. Many who move here, not all, but many will trade in their combustion vehicle for a golf cart. So many may not feel the same sting of rising gas prices than others who have to take long commutes from here and there. You start working the math, and this becomes the perfect place for the president to deliver that message and to do it in his own home state of Florida.
Yeah, and we are seeing, given a live look right now inside that venue where we're hearing from Senator Ashley Moody. We know Byron Donalds is here, Wilton Simpson, a number of folks who are also going to be on the ballot for this upcoming midterm election in 2026. And I'm curious, why they find it important to show up at a rally like this and what something like this could mean for some of these other Republican candidates who are facing re-election this fall.
Well, right now, anybody who's anyone in Republican politics will want to be associated with President Trump. His support, his endorsement carries an awful lot of weight. We've seen that time and time again. And the Villages is a must-stop politically for any Republican who has aspirations of statewide office or of getting reelected to it. And so it just makes sense. Now, you start taking a closer look at the math. The population of the Villages, at least the census-designated area, is more than 80,000 people. But a lot of people living in the surrounding area say they're part of the Villages too, and effectively they are. And that then takes us up to more than 140,000 people, straddling 3 different counties. And when you start looking at the election results, you're talking about an area that delivered more than 60, approaching 66, 68% of the vote in the last election for President Trump. More than that, I believe, for Governor DeSantis in 2022. So this is an area that does have Democrats, of course. Some of them are protesting on the other side of the Villages, but it has overwhelming support for Republican candidates. And there is perhaps no greater concentration of reliable conservatives in this entire nation than these 3 counties, with Sumter being the predominant one, than right where I am standing here. And so it just makes sense. In fact, it doesn't make sense for any Republican candidate who expects to win to not come to the Villages first, and especially not come here on a day that the president is.
Yeah, that's a very good point there. We know he remains popular here in the state of Florida. Just talk to us about how we have seen Florida, really kind of change and become what was once a swing state to now a state that is really at the epicenter of Republican politics.
It was the swing state. It was the ultra battleground state for so many years, going back to 2000, and that election dispute decided by 537 votes. This is a state that President Obama won twice when he ran for re-election. And you had nail-biters in statewide races time and time again. Let's not forget, not that long ago in 2018, we had recounts. It was that close in the U.S. Senate race and in the gubernatorial race that Governor DeSantis ultimately won. So this was a razor-close state for a variety of reasons, one of them being COVID and a lot of people who were no longer locked in with telecommuting policies, who were conservative and fed up with liberal policies and COVID policies in states to our north, en masse moved to Florida, and that partly changed the political dynamics. We became increasingly more conservative. You also had other changes we can get into if you would like that made this consistently Republican and then more Republican. Not long ago, Democrats outnumbered Republicans greatly in Florida. Now there are more than 1.5 million more Republicans than there are registered Democrats. So that is the political transformation we have seen in the state that has moved it from a swing state to a reliably Republican state. But having said that, not long ago, in fact, a couple of weeks ago, Democrats scored a couple of upsets in special legislative races, including one, Emily Gregory, in the president's own home district, the other in Hillsborough County, too. And I think Republicans are looking at that and saying, wait a minute, there are some signs of Democrats making a rebound in the state of Florida. And looking at that, looking at the needle pointing in that direction, at least in special races, and looking at the broader poll numbers, I think that may have motivated the president's decision to come to Florida, one, to rally support in the villages, which every successful statewide Republican does, but also show Republicans and voters across the nation that he also still has strong support in his home state, especially here in the villages.
Well, Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick, we really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Florida Live and chatting with us. It's certainly a lot of interesting dynamics at play right now in this political moment, and we appreciate you joining us.
Likewise. Thank you again.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look in the Villages right now. This is Congressman Byron Donalds, who is also the front-running Republican candidate for governor, endorsed by President Donald Trump in that race as well, who is now speaking to the crowd in the Villages ahead of President Trump's arrival and his speech coming up in just a little bit. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon as we await the arrival of the president here in Florida, and we'll listen in on his speech coming up in a little bit as well. We know this visit comes just a few days after another assassination attempt on the life of the president. We know someone facing charges now in connection with a shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend, and questions looming over the security of the president. He was asked about whether he thinks about safety and security as he was getting ready to board Marine One to take him to Air Force One. He was asked by Peter Doocy about safety at an event like this, and here's what he said.
This is going to be your first big public event since somebody tried to kill you on Saturday. Do you feel safe going to something like this today? I don't even think about it, Peter.
I don't even think about it, he says, as he got ready to head to Florida for this event. He may not be thinking about it, but we know the Secret Service and others certainly are. And so joining us live now to talk about presidential security, we've got Dave Benson, a security consultant, joining us live now via Zoom. And Dave, we appreciate you joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So Dave, I know we have talked with you this week about what happened over the weekend. I would imagine with this being the first event since the third assassination attempt on President Trump, I am sure that the Secret Service and others have planned probably even more meticulously than normal for any potential thing that might happen ahead of an event like this that's away from the White House.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They always revisit security plans wherever they go, particularly if it's a venue such as the Villages area that they've been to before. They've been outside before. They've been inside. This time, they're going to be inside a charter school, which is certainly prudent and advantageous for the Secret Service and for state and local authorities because it's much easier to contain and provide a security plan for that event than it is an outside event.
Are you surprised that we are less than a week out now from this and there's already an outside event, or not outdoors, but you know what I mean, as far as outside, out of the White House, out of the Capitol, an out-of-town event that the president is already holding?
No, I'm not surprised. I think there's an enhanced feeling of caution, and they're going everything with a proverbial fine-tooth comb. But life goes on, and particularly with a president that's as open and as vocal as this one is, he's not going to tolerate being held under a bushel for long. So, no, I'm not surprised that we're going forward.
We have seen already some of the changes, some of the extra precautions taken since, going back to the first assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. What additional things might we see that could close some of the gaps that may have been exploited in an event like last weekend?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, we always talk about concentric rings of security for any kind of special security event such as this. I can almost guarantee you they've expanded those farther out so that the outer perimeter, in other words, the first perimeter that the public has to go through is probably farther out than maybe it was before. That initial screening is going to be a little more intense and detailed. And every step of the way before you get to the inner circle, which is where your protectee is, with only a select few, that little circle is going to be the crowd. It's going to be subject to serious scrutiny. You're going to see people enhanced security. You're also going to have a lot of enhanced security that, frankly, you don't see. And we call that protective surveillance. extra eyes on the ground. You're watching things like rooftops, if that's appropriate, line of sight, arrivals and departures for your protectees. So all these things, I can assure you, have been re-looked at and looked at again. And if there's any fine-tuning that needed to be done based upon the potential tragedy over the weekend, they're employing it.
We see things like, plexiglass, protective barriers, things like that. It was interesting yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump was asked about a bulletproof vest. And he kind of laughed it off and said, I don't need the additional 20 pounds. I don't want to look like that, But I think that is a question that people wonder about. Why not put a bulletproof vest or something on a president?
In my experience of being around high-level government protectees, royal family members, you name it, in my career, they're human beings, and they're going to do what they want to do. The Secret Service has a great deal of weight in what happens with the security arrangements, but if the President of the United States does not want to wear a protective vest, it's probably not going to happen. And we've seen this over and over again. So the idea is you try to mitigate the possibility of an event. There is no perfect security. We've talked about this before, but you minimize what could possibly happen by maximizing the resources that you put in there. So that's what we're seeing here.
Well, security consultant Dave Benson, you always give us so much good information, so many things to think about. I appreciate you joining us today here on Florida Live and chatting with us.
Have a great weekend.
All right, you do the same. Meanwhile, we do want to listen in briefly here to Congressman Donalds, Republican candidate for governor, speaking on the stage right now at this event in the Villages. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Think that we are going to hold back on them. They will find out like the Iranians found out. That's F around and find out. Recruitment in the military armed forces is at record levels. And it's at record levels because young men and young women across America realize that President Trump has their back and that the culture will be about making sure they are prepared to defend this enemy against this nation against all enemies. Wilton talked about our farmers here in Florida. I will tell you, myself and Senator Moody, we know firsthand that this administration, the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, they are fighting hard every day for Florida ag because ag in Florida is critical to the national security of the United States. And that's what this president is about, fighting for the security of these United States. And then we got to this craziness. You had our ICE agents doing their job that you, the American people, asked them to do. You asked them to do that job. You asked them to do that job because you made Donald Trump the 47th president of the United States. And then these Democrats, they have the temerity, they have the gall to dox our ICE agents trying to do their job, to threaten them in the cities and the streets of America, to agitate, to try to block them from doing their job. And then you have a moron like the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, and he's a moron, folks. Who did not do what our governor here in Florida, Ron DeSantis, has done. That fool Tim Walz would not do the right thing and instruct his law enforcement community to support our ICE agents. No, he told them to get out of the way and allow confusion and chaos into the streets of Minneapolis. The American people need to know the truth. The chaos you see on TV, that is brought by Democrats who do not want common sense in our country. They just want to continue to destroy the greatest nation man has ever known. But we got a president that's not going to let that happen. I'm standing with him. You're standing with him. People need to know the truth. Here's the truth. The Democrats do not care about your well-being. When Joe Biden was in charge, there was more fentanyl being trafficked into this country. That was the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45, and they did nothing. When Joe Biden was in charge, the drug cartels had operational control of our southern border. And on day one, Donald Trump said, hell no, they are terrorist organizations and we're going to stop them dead in their tracks. The American people need to know the truth. You want to know why it's so expensive to build housing in our country? Because the Democrats believe in radical regulatory policy that makes it harder to build housing, makes it harder to resource and have access to raw materials so we can decrease the cost of building homes in America. That is why these things are more expensive. And Ashley Moody's fighting in the Senate every single day, but she has a colleague from New York named Chuck Schumer who is a clown and is not smart. And so that's why every 2 years we have to go back to the polls and we ask you, come on and show up. Come on and fight for America. Come on and live up to the ideal laid out by Benjamin Franklin that this is a republic if you can keep it. So I'm excited. I'm excited because when we cross the state and when we invite President Trump home to Florida, when we have him come home to Florida, I see the same resolve that I saw in October of 2024. I see the same fighting spirit of the red-blooded men and women of the United States of America. I see that when the other king from across the pond came over, I mean, listen, can we talk about this for a moment? The Democrats are all in the street, no kings, no kings, no kings. King Charles comes over and they're like, oh, this is amazing. Let's stand and applaud. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. But what I see is the fighting spirit of men and women who want to not just keep Florida free, they want to keep the United States free. They want the golden age of America to start today. And I'm just going to tell you, folks, that battle's in front of us. Our opponents, the Democrats, they are crazy. They're crazy. We got one of our colleagues from the Florida House who just passed new maps. Thank you, guys. The Florida House and the Florida Senate and Governor DeSantis. Thank you, guys. And one of these crazy Democrats had a bullhorn, and they were shouting in the bullhorn on the floor, almost blew out her eardrum. I mean, crazy. The only way you defeat crazy is you stand up to it. You stand up to it, you call it out when you see it, you make sure you get to the polls, you fight for this country, you cast your ballot, you keep Florida red, and you tell the Democrats, sorry, no blue wave, you just got beat again.
Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican from Florida, from the Naples area, and a candidate for governor, speaking live right now at this event in the Villages. We've got to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Byron Donalds there wrapping up his remarks at this event in the Villages, where we expect to hear from President Trump very shortly, and we will bring those remarks to you on Fox Local coming up in just a little bit. I also had the chance to speak with Congressman Darren Soto earlier today, Democrat from Florida's 9th District, who responded ahead of time to the president's visit, and I asked him what his counter message would be to voters here in Florida. President Trump is visiting Florida today, scheduled to speak in the Villages in just a little bit. I'm curious what your counter message would be to those who are going to be tuning in to hear the president speak.
Well, despite President Trump winning Florida, he's underwater right now among Floridians, 5 to 10%, because we see unemployment rising, we see bankruptcies rising. Nearly 2 million people just lost their health care between ACA and Medicaid. And so I'll be looking for, does he have solutions to these problems that Floridians are facing? Is he going to work with us? Or is it going to be a diatribe of conspiracy theories and personal grievances? Floridians are hurting. They want us to work together for solutions. And so I guess we'll see whether he's going to propose some, which we'd be happy to work together on, or whether it's going to be more of the same that has led our economy into a slide. Unemployment in Florida is higher than the national average right now, and it continues to go up, and every Central Floridian feels it. And so we need solutions. We need more balance in Washington, and we need to make sure we're focusing on costs and healthcare and stopping blatant corruption that's happening in Washington right now.
The economy, affordability, are those the major things you're hearing from your constituents right now?
Absolutely. From groceries to gas prices to the price of health care to property insurance, we've seen Florida become unaffordable over these last 4 to 8 years. People are really upset about eliminating the Obamacare subsidies. 275,000 people had health insurance in my district through that. 100,000 of them just lost their insurance. 2 million Floridians statewide lost their health care. And that's not including the Medicaid cuts that are happening right now. And of course, the corruption. You see blatant corruption by members of the administration at a time when Floridians are suffering. They want to see folks work together for solutions. And we're just not seeing that right now, which is why the economy continues to slide, especially the tariffs and some of these misguided foreign policy issues. They just keep jacking up costs at a time when Floridians can't afford it.
Congressman, you've been outspoken on the issue of TPS, specifically for the Venezuelan community. I know there were oral arguments heard this week when it comes to Haitian TPS. I'm curious on where things stand with all this right now, what you want to see happen going forward.
Look, Congress put TPS in place so that folks who are fleeing from dictatorships had some ability to have a protected status. And we saw, even under Trump 1, he approved TPS again for Venezuelans at the very end, well, DED at least. And then Biden brought it forward. And now we see literally hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans being deported because there was no stay on the underlying case. So they're being deported. The Cubans are being deported now by the thousands. And we should see Haitians too soon as they cling on to TPS for the time being. But this is hurting our economy. It's hurting small businesses. And most of these folks, they have family members who are American citizens. And they are furious right now because Trump promised he was only going to deport criminals. And he's deporting folks who are working in construction and agriculture and the service industry, helping power Florida's economy forward. And that's hurting everybody.
Today is also the 60-day deadline required by the War Powers Resolution in 1973 when we're talking about the conflict between the U.S. and Iran. Your thoughts on where things stand with that ongoing? I know things are in a ceasefire right now, but your thoughts on that conflict and where things stand and where things go from here?
We need a peace agreement as soon as possible. We're seeing gas skyrocket. We're seeing that President Trump went into this war without getting any of our allies. His own generals told him not to do it because they could choke the oil supply, fertilizer, and diesel and other important products in the Strait of Hormuz. And that's exactly what's happened. These things are normally well thought out. You bring in your allies, you plan, and you have an exit strategy. And we don't see any of that right now, which is why I voted against the war twice already, because I didn't see them put in the work or have the strategy to achieve success. Of course, we all want to make sure that Iran isn't attacking Americans or our allies in the Middle East. And so we need a good peace solution, but we've gotten into a war where the president really had no exit strategy, and now we're suffering as a people.
Last thing here, Congressman Soto, we saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner over the weekend. There's now a suspect facing a charge of attempted assassination on the president. How do we address the divisiveness of this political moment?
Violence is never the answer. Voting is the answer. Freedom of speech is the answer when it comes to our democracy. And I'm pleased to know that no one was hurt, at least in the administration, although we did see some friendly fire among the Secret Service, unfortunately. The one positive out of it is that we finally got the Department of Homeland Security budget passed. For months, the Republicans tried to add ICE back into what was an otherwise bipartisan bill to help fund FEMA and TSA and Coast Guard and other agencies. So I'm pleased to see a bipartisan bill finally pass and fund that agency and all the critical work they do to protect Americans.
Well, Congressman Darren Soto, we appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Give you a live look right now in the Villages, still awaiting the arrival of President Trump. We got to take one more quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look right now in the Villages, where we are awaiting the arrival of President Trump, who is expected to begin speaking there shortly. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. We are pleased to be joined now by Dr. Larry Walker, a political analyst and a UCF professor as well, joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Walker, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Good afternoon. Always a pleasure.
So we are seeing President Trump hitting the campaign trail again, coming here to Florida. We know there's a number of candidates joining him as well at this event. What do you make of his visit to Florida and why this might be something that we're seeing him do in our area as he continues to tout the one big beautiful bill?
So yeah, President Trump is here because as you mentioned it a few seconds ago, it's go time as it relates to political season. Election has come up in a very short period of time. And obviously, we've just been talking the last couple of days about what's happening with the Supreme Court decision and obviously the redistricting fight here in the state of Florida. But Florida is critically important as it relates to Republicans holding on to the House. And so, the president's here. We also have a governor's race. You saw Congressman Donalds just talk a few minutes ago, and among other candidates that are there. And obviously, some of those candidates may shift a little bit depending what happens with redistricting. But it is absolutely go time, as I said, and the president's here to highlight the importance of voting in November.
We've got, we know Byron Donalds is there. We know who President Trump, we should mention, has endorsed in the governor's race. Ashley Moody, we saw, is there, who is running for Senate and obviously facing a well-funded Democratic opponent in that race as well. So it seems like these are candidates in some of these races that really want this kind of campaign opportunity and to be able to show their association with the president.
Absolutely, and as we're well aware, President Trump has done very well in the state of Florida, particularly where he is now in the Villages. Right, he's very popular there. We look at the numbers in terms of how he's done the last few election cycles. So yeah, he's on his home turf, and as you talk about Moody and Donalds and others, they're there to be associated with the president. It's very popular, still popular in the state of Florida, and certainly those individuals will be cutting campaign ads and sending out emails over the next 2 hours highlighting that the president was there and some of the kind words he had to say about each candidate.
From reporting we've heard, Governor DeSantis is not expected to be there, but I do want to play just a quick soundbite from President Trump earlier today when he was getting ready to leave the White House for this visit. Let's listen.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot, so
I like him a lot.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position? And he says, well, I like him a lot. I like him a lot. Interesting to see. We've got about a minute left here, Dr. Walker. Interesting to see, it appears bygones have become bygones. And there is a chance that DeSantis has a political future in the Trump administration.
Yeah, possibly. They say politics makes strange bedfellows, right? So it's not long ago they were at odds. But, the political winds have shifted, and President Trump knows he needs to support DeSantis, who is still popular here in the state, and vice versa. And so it'll be interesting to see as the governor transitions out, we'll be getting a cabinet position in the Trump White House.
Going to be interesting to see, going to be interesting to hear what the president has to say. Dr. Larry Walker, UCF professor and political analyst, always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us on this Friday.
Thanks for having me.
We are out of time here on Florida Live, but want to let you know you can stay tuned on our digital platforms as we continue our coverage. We will live stream the president's remarks on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So you can join us there. We're going to check back in with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger in just a couple of minutes as well. So stay tuned for more coverage in just a minute. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Have a great weekend.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let me give you a live look right now inside the Villages Charter High School, where we are expecting President Trump any minute now, expected to speak at this rally, where we have already heard from a number of Republican speakers. Fox 35's Marie Edinger is live inside that venue at the school right now. She joins us live if she can hear me. Marie, good afternoon.
Okay, I heard nothing that you said prior to this, but I did hear you say, if she can hear me, that feels like you're talking to me. I don't know what you said before, but I'll tell you about my day. We're here to see President Trump, who's supposed to start at 3. It's now 3. We know he's going to be a few minutes late. Prior to this, we did have a few speakers come to the stage. There was Senator Ashley Moody, who talked for a little bit. She got the crowd really going. There was also Daniels, who represents Southwest Florida. He was here. We did see Randy Fine in the crowd. He hasn't come to the stage just yet. But so there have been speakers come up. They've been talking loudly about taxes here, and that's what President Trump plans to talk about as well, largely the reduction in taxes on Social Security and the decision to not tax tips for waiters and waitresses. The Social Security taxes are what people here in the crowd have been holding up signs about that were provided for them so that they could show their support. The crowd here, according to a deputy I asked, is around 3,000 or 3,500, somewhere in that range. We know that there were even more people than that trying to make it in. The lines trying to get into this place were just incredible. And now everyone has been settled in for a while. The doors closed, I believe, about a half hour ago so that they stopped letting people in. There is an overflow area where people have been hanging out outside still, I believe, just so that they can be part of the event and still express their support and their energy, even if they aren't able to be inside to see the president. I talked with a bunch of people who were outside waiting in line, and I mentioned in the 2 o'clock hour, Garrett, some of these people were camping out. They brought blow-up mattresses. They were serious about making sure they got in. And it makes sense because I talked with some people who got here 3 hours before doors opened, and they weren't even sure they were going to make it inside. This was a huge, huge crowd of people trying to make it to the school today to see the president talk. When I was chatting with people in line, they talked about what brought them out here. A lot of them just said they wanted to show their support, or they'd seen the president before and they hope to see him again. Nobody brought up anything that they'd like to hear. So when I asked, is there anything that you want to hear him talk about? Is there anything that you're hoping to hear from him today? Every single person I asked just said, nope, it's more about the event itself rather than the content of the speech. So we do know that the president plans to talk about those taxes, as I mentioned. We don't know what else he'll throw in there. I do know that the speakers who were here before, like Senator Moody, brought up the No Kings protests in contrast to the king from England being here just a few days ago, kind of as a contrast and a slam on the Democrats. There were a few digs in there. They also brought up the redistricting map in Florida that just passed, and we're thanking the people in the crowd for making that happen and their fellow representatives for making that happen. So it's been a little bit all over the place for content, but everyone here seems to be pretty excited. This is, again, the exact moment that the president is supposed to be coming to the stage, so I think everyone's getting a little bit anxious and eager as they're awaiting. Garrett, I'll send it back to you. We can see if I can hear you if you want to try it out, but I'm not sure how successful that'll be. Let's try.
All right, let's try it. Marie, so we just heard from Byron Donalds, the Republican congressman who's also one of the candidates for governor, was endorsed by President Trump. We know there are other Republican candidates as well in that governor's race. I'm curious what the reception was for Byron Donalds when he was speaking and when he was kind of first came up to the stage there.
I heard curious what the reception was for Byron Donalds, but I didn't hear the rest of that question. I can tell you people were extremely receptive. He got a lot of applause, although I don't know the end of that question, so it makes it really hard to answer. with our failed experiment for whether I'd be able to hear you. I was talking about how many people there are here. That obviously affects the reception and the Wi-Fi. So right now it's actually quieted down. Earlier when I was trying to chat with you, Garrett, it was just so loud in the room because the music was blasting and people were cheering really loudly. This time around, the issue is the call keeps going in and out just because of issues with reception, because of the number of people packed into such a small area. Again, there's however many people in here, however many thousands in here, not to mention the people outside. There are a lot of businesses actually right outside this high school, which was, at least for me, unusual to see. I hadn't seen a high school right across from a plaza very often. But there are also people packed into those businesses. It is a crowded area in the Villages right now, so that's what's giving us some technical struggles. But I do know we have a crew here, I believe. Maybe you can chat with them and maybe you'll have better luck in being able to actually actively communicate.
Marie, if you can hear me, well, I've got one more question for you, and I'm just asking kind of like behind the scenes here. Give us an idea of what the media setup is like for those who maybe are curious. I know y'all have to go through security, set the equipment up. There's security sweeps, and y'all are on risers there, and I'm sure packed in fairly closely. Just kind of take us behind the curtain if you can, for those who maybe haven't had the things from your perspective out there. Maybe.
Can't tell if you're still talking to me. Maybe. Oh, that sounds like me if you're saying maybe. Okay, I heard behind the curtains. It is really packed, so I'm going to have to just kind of like awkwardly duck out of the camera. Keith, if you could, I'm with our chief photographer, Keith Brown, today. So it looks like he's zooming in. What Garrett, I believe, has asked Keith if you could kind of show around this media area to see what we're looking at, if you're able to zoom and pan around. So this is actually a less crowded moment for these risers, because a lot of people have 4 p.m. shows rather than 3 p.m. So there are some reporters on the opposite side, that the area I'm facing. We have a bunch of tables set up where reporters are able to work from their laptops, and then here we have all the different setups. The front row is networks, that's who are behind me, so we actually have Fox Network here. And then the row that I'm standing on are the local networks, so I'm next to a couple different stations in Orlando, and then other local networks for, there's the Villages News Network here as well. So that's the little corner that we're standing in, and we're trying to stay in our little box so I don't interrupt anyone else in this area or disrupt their live performances. But then as for this side, so you can obviously see the crowd that's packed in here, and then there are rafters on the opposite side. And then just like any high school gymnasium, if you remember going to pep rallies, the sides, which I guess we actually could maybe see, Keith, if you could show over here. If you see the sides there are like bleachers on the side because we are in a high school gym. So these bleachers wrap around the entire sides of the building, and then there are also more and more seats lined up along the side. So all of these people that you see packing in, that actually extends further back past where the camera can show. And then we've got all the media here, and then we of course have lots of staff for the president who are working to make sure that the event runs smoothly. And then there's plenty of law enforcement surrounding the entire area and outside, and I mentioned earlier on the roof as well, keeping an eye on things. So the number of people is definitely packed in, and that, as I mentioned, is what's contributing to making it difficult to get a signal in and out. I've been trying for a couple of hours now to send in some video showing the crowds outside earlier and showing some of the people I talked with. I actually feel really badly because I told people to tune in so they could see themselves on TV in Garrett's show, but that did not wind up happening just because I couldn't get a signal out. Even sending a 1-minute clip has been taking hours to transfer. So we're having a little bit of difficulty with that. So I hope to get that on the show later just so that you guys at home can get a feel for what it was like outside and hear from people's personal perspectives about what brought them out today to the rally, what made them willing to stand in the heat for hours and hours on end, and go through. I mean, it was a lot to go through. It was hot out. So what made people willing to go through that just to see the president today? I want you to hear that in their own words, so if I cannot get that on TV, I'll make sure to put that on our website later this evening.
Well, at least, Marie, you were able to get that apology out to those folks, so that has been noted. Marie, we appreciate you joining us. We're going to go ahead and let you go.
Sorry, there's a little bit of commotion. I think somebody just fell is all. I think they're all right. We did have people earlier collapsing in the heat. I think that was just somebody tripping. They appear to be okay, but sorry if I looked concerned on camera. That's what happened.
Well, we're glad they appear to be okay. We did see some medical personnel having some stretchers outside and having to attend to some people out there. Marie, we're going to let you go. Thank you very much for checking in with us. I know it's been hard to hear, but we appreciate you bearing with us. And let me go ahead and give you another live look at the stage. This is where we have seen the different speakers walk out. We saw a little bit of a movement over there just a few minutes ago. So hopefully we are just a few minutes away from hearing from President Trump. Again, no taxes on Social Security. That is what the big sign behind the podium says. So we expect that to be a major topic of what the president has to say here this afternoon. We know he also spoke earlier today with a number of reporters who gathered on the White House lawn ahead of his departure when he was getting ready to come to Florida. And there were a wide range of topics. We already played for you in the last little bit a couple of those sound bites that really stood out, one of them being where he was asked about his safety and security. Which he had a similar answer to when he was asked that yesterday in the Oval Office. Yesterday he said, I don't want to wear a bulletproof vest. He was asked specifically about a bulletproof vest. But then, in kind of that joke saying, don't need the extra 20 pounds, but then saying that he doesn't concern himself too much about safety and security. That was the answer he gave today to Fox's Peter Doocy when he asked that question on the White House lawn earlier today. Saying, I don't even think about it, Peter, was what he said, because this is an event that's coming less than a week after the third assassination attempt, that one at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The suspect, Cole Allen, has appeared in federal court a couple of times now. He is facing a charge of an attempted assassination on the President of the United States. We talked with security consultant Dave Benson just a little bit ago, who walked us through some of the challenges, some of the things that they have to deal with, but talked about the intense focus when it comes to security for an event like this, especially in the aftermath of an event like that, like what we saw over the weekend. This is a president who has dealt with multiple assassination attempts now in a Secret Service and other security teams that have continued to have to find ways to make sure any loophole or any sort of issue is closed because there have been because of those repeated attempts. And so the president was asked about that, and we listened in a little bit on that earlier today. We also played for you the soundbite where he was asked about Governor Ron DeSantis. There's been a lot of interesting reporting in the couple of days because we know Governor DeSantis is term limited and can't run for a governor again here in Florida. He's previously been a congressman. There are questions about what his political future might look like. There's been reporting that he may be considered for a job in the Trump administration. We've seen reporting that he could be nominated as a future Supreme Court justice. So there's just a lot of questions about what the political future for Governor Ron DeSantis looks like. We know there had been a rivalry between him and Trump in the past because of DeSantis's presidential bid, his failed presidential bid previously. But as we talked about with Larry Walker, it appears that bygones are bygones. They have buried that hatchet, and President Trump was asked about whether Ron DeSantis could get a post in the Trump administration, and his answer was that, hold on one sec, his answer was that he likes Ron a lot. We heard that as well. Bear with me one second here because I want to route for you. We now have a shot up of Air Force One that has arrived and are waiting to see President Trump disembark from that plane en route to the Villages for this event. So let's go ahead and listen in together as we wait to see President Trump head to the Villages Charter High School. And while we are waiting to see the president, I want to put up our poll for a minute. We want to know what the main topics you want to hear Trump talk about in this upcoming speech. You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen there right now. And we are now seeing President Trump. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the audio here in case he says anything. All right, so that was a live look at Ocala International Airport, Marion County, where the president just landed moments ago. We want to know what you think and what you want to hear President Trump talk about in this upcoming speech. So you can let us know. Some of those votes starting to come in right now. And so scan that QR code. Go to fox35orlando.com. We're going to leave this up for a couple of minutes here as we take a quick break. But let us know what main topics you want to hear from the president as he speaks in the Villages shortly. Keep it right here, and we will be right back. What do you want to hear President Trump talk about in his upcoming speech? It's pretty close right now between the economy and Iran. Some of you still saying redistricting, some of you saying America 250. We want to know what you think. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Just a few moments ago, we watched as Air Force One arrived in Ocala at the airport there. We watched as President Trump climbed aboard Marine One, the helicopter that is going to carry him to the Villages, where he is expected to speak shortly at the Villages Charter High School Middleton campus at the Buffalo Sports Complex. We know there is a large logistical effort there to make sure everything goes smoothly, some road closures around that as well. They have continued to allow a golf cart and pedestrian access on those roadways that are closed, but it's certainly a traffic impact in that area throughout the afternoon, as if you have been in that area, I'm sure you have seen. We saw the huge crowds that were outside the event as well. Some of them saying they waited for hours out there. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz was in the Villages this morning for Good Day Orlando, and there was a large crowd out there even at that hour. And so people waiting for hours for the chance to see the president today. We know that the number of tickets that had been requested, I say sold out. It's not, the tickets were not sold, but you know what I mean. They ran out of capacity of those tickets, and so large demand for access to see President Trump speak in this event. We also talked a little bit ago with Fox 13's Craig Patrick, who kind of really set the stage for us and set the scene for us about why the Villages is so important. The role that it plays, the community there, the voters who are certainly active, very heavily Republican as well. This is an area that has certainly broken for Trump and for many Republican candidates, and certainly plays an important role when it comes to that. That's why we're seeing the focus there today. That's why we have seen a number of Republican candidates who have big races ahead of them who are there as well. Byron Donalds, who we heard a little bit from, he is one of several Republican candidates for governor, but we also know that he is the Republican candidate for governor who has been endorsed by President Trump. And so we know that is something that certainly carries some weight with it. And so one reason that he is there and certainly looking to be able to greet the president, and like Dr. Walker, I think it was, we were talking about the things that we will likely see in upcoming campaign ads. And so that's just part of it. Not only was it Byron Donalds that we saw Senator Ashley Moody. She is facing off in the Senate race. She's on the ballot this year. This will be her first election for senator. We know she was named to that seat because of a vacancy after Marco Rubio was named Secretary of State. So we have seen a number of candidates out there today. Wilton Simpson, the Agriculture Commissioner, there as well, who is running for re-election, has also been endorsed by President Trump. A number of these candidates have been endorsed by President Trump. Blazin Golia, he has not yet been endorsed by President Trump, but he is also expected to be there. While we are waiting on the arrival of President Trump, I do want to play for you some of his remarks just a little bit ago as he took a number of questions and spoke quite a bit about the war in Iran as he was getting ready to leave the White House and was going to be getting on board Marine One to head to Joint Base Andrews and fly here to Florida. So this is just from a little bit ago, where he took questions from reporters, walked down a long line of reporters who were gathered to hear from him, had the chance to ask him some questions. Again, focused a lot on Iran. And so here is what he said just a little bit ago before he headed here to Florida.
The new Iranian proposal, please.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left, essentially, and they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it.
Why are you not seeking congressional approval to extend it?
Because it's never been sought before. There's been many times, and nobody's ever gotten it before. They consider it totally unconstitutional. But we're always in touch with Congress. But nobody's ever sought it before. Nobody's ever asked for it before. It's never been used before. Why should we be different? We have great respect for Pakistan and Islamabad, and tremendous respect for the Prime Minister and the Field Marshal, and they're working with us. They continue to work with us, but the trip is a very long one, and we're doing everything in terms of negotiating right now, in terms of the negotiation telephonically. They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there. There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4, and it's a very disjointed leadership. And with that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up. I spoke with the winner, a very good man. As you know, I was very strongly in favor of him in Iraq. And we had a long conversation yesterday. I congratulated him. He won, and with our help, he won, and we want him to do very well. And I told him that the United States is with him all the way. It was a great victory. The new head of Iraq is somebody that we support very strongly.
Pakistan has opened the land route with Iran. Did they consult you before opening it up to Iran? And are you aware of it?
That was a vicious bee. I know everything about it. Yeah, I have great respect. Are you from Pakistan? I have great respect for Pakistan and for the Field Marshal and for the Prime Minister. Yeah, I know that.
On the European Union yesterday, you talked about Italy and the withdrawal of troops from Europe, from Italy and Spain. Can you clarify with your words?
Well, I'm not happy with Italy and I'm not happy with Spain. And they feel it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Anybody that feels it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon is not very smart. And it'll be a terrible thing in the future. If they were ever allowed to have a nuclear weapon, you would have problems the likes of which the world has never seen before, and it's not going to happen. And aside from that, right now they have no Navy, it's been wiped out, no Air Force, it's been wiped out. They have no anything. They have no anti-aircraft, they have no radar, they have no leaders, because frankly, their leaders are very disjointed. They have a lot of problems right now. They're not getting along with each other. Their leaders are not getting along with each other. So. We raised the tariffs on cars coming in from the European Union because the European Union was not adhering to the trade deal we have. So based on that, now, when they build their plants, of which they're spending over $100 billion, all countries, not just the Union. When those plants open, there won't be any tariffs. But we raised the tariffs because they were not, as usual, they were not adhering to the agreement that we have. We have a trade deal with the European Union. They were not adhering to it. So I raised the tariffs on cars and trucks to 25%. That's billions of dollars coming into the United States, and it forces them to move their factory production much faster. We have right now in the United States over $100 billion of car plants being built. It's a record. We've never had anything like it from all countries. Japan, South Korea, by the way, Canada, Mexico. They're all building plants in the United States. But the European Union was not adhering to the deal that we made.
Inside, they were happy with your blockade, and you don't have to restart the war, or you don't have to make a deal. Is that correct? Are you happy with the blockade?
The blockade has been unbelievable, powerful, 100%. It's been actually unbelievable. If we left right now, we had a great victory, but we're not doing that.
So you don't have to do anything
We're negotiating with them. Their teams are unbelievably disjointed, but we are negotiating.
Mr. President, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 posted their biggest monthly gain since your first term, sir. Can you talk about what this means to you, the stock market performance, and do you believe that this is going to continue throughout the rest of your term?
Thank you. The stock market is hitting record numbers. We have more people working in the USA today than we've ever had working, as you know. It's in many ways. Now, when this war ends, gasoline and oil and everything is going to come tumbling down. But right now, as of this moment, the stock market has hit record highs. We have more people, again, working in the United States today than at any time in the history of our country. We are really doing well. Now, gasoline's high. Other prices are way down, but gasoline's high. But when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will come down.
Now, sir, you're going down to the villages. You're going to be talking to our seniors. You've delivered for seniors, no tax on Social Security, most favored nations. Can you talk about everything that you've done to help our senior population, sir?
It will be well. No tax on tips. We have the largest tax cuts in the history of our country also, and regulation cuts, and it's one of the reasons we're doing so well. So we have no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. We have no tax on overtime. And you know, something that nobody talks about, if you buy a car, if it's American-made, you get a deduction on interest for income tax purposes.
But Mr. President,
and by the way, very importantly, right over there, the greatest, you're going to have the greatest ballroom ever built. It's on time, on budget, and it's doing great.
Mr. President, you're going to be hosting the first ever UFC fight at the White House in 45 days, sir. Can you preview the event? Can you talk about the card and what this will mean?
They have some of the greatest champions in the world. The arena, they're going to start building it over the next week. It's right here. It'll be about 5,000 seats. They'll have 100,000 people down by the ellipse with screens, and it's all free. It's going to be great. I got to go. Outside of the gasoline, prices are way down. Prices have come down. And I inherited that. We inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country, 48 years. In the history of our country.
Mr. President.
And prices are down. When the war ends, it shouldn't be too long. They want to make it deal so badly, but they're not there yet. They're not there, in my opinion.
Mr. President.
When the war ends, gasoline prices are going to tumble because there is so much right now on the sea already loaded into tankers. Tankers that can't escape the strait. There is so much like record setting. But when the war ends, gasoline prices will go down to below what they were. The stock market just hit an all-time high. And again, more people working today than at any time ever. And we just got the largest tax cut in history with the no tax.
Mr. President, you, Mr. Kurdistan,
you like him?
I love you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
I like him too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you said you send weapons to help Iranian demonstrators. Some sources claim these weapons are in Soleimania, in Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you confirm that? And as you said, they will pay a big price?
I'm not happy with the delivery of the weapons. I'm not thrilled with it. But a small amount of weapons were sent, and we'll see who has them. But I'm not happy with what happened with the Kurds.
The Kurds did not deliver the weapons. They're all coming up. They're loading up. The biggest ships in the world are coming up to Louisiana, Texas, and to Alaska, and they're loading up. So what do you think? I don't want to say it, but our country is getting stronger and stronger. This has been amazing. The amount of oil and gas that we're selling now is at a level that nobody's ever seen.
Would you consider Ron DeSantis for a cabinet position?
Well, I like him a lot, so
Can you tell us what you're not satisfied?
I like him a lot.
Can you tell us why you're not satisfied? Mr. Ron, can you tell us, you said you're not satisfied with the plan right now. Can you tell us what specifically you're not satisfied with?
They're asking for things that I can't agree to.
That was the president earlier today before he got on Marine One at the White House on the South Lawn and began his trip here to Florida. We know he has landed at Ocala International Airport in Marion County. There we saw him get off of Air Force One and get on Marine One. Don't know the status at this moment, but we know he is en route and going to be heading to the Villages where he will be speaking shortly. You see a live look at the stage there. No tax on Social Security. This is something he has been touting a number of different provisions regarding the One Big Beautiful Bill. He has traveled. He was in Las Vegas not too long ago talking about no tax on tips, which is another one of the provisions that he has been really talking a lot about. And so that is something that he's expected to talk about today, the economy being a big focus of this speech. But we want to know not what the president's going to be talking about, but what you want to hear him talk about. Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen there right now as well, and let us know that way. Looks like 46% of you say you want to hear him talk about the war in Iran. We should note that today is a 60-day deadline that has long been considered as the deadline from the War Powers Resolution of 1973 that then at that point kind of crosses a threshold where congressional authorization would be needed to continue military operations. We've heard from the Trump administration and the Secretary of War talking about how with the ceasefire that is underway right now that deadline isn't applying. We also know that there is a great deal of presidential prerogative that goes into play as well when it comes to military conflicts, to where they don't always necessarily feel the need to go to Congress for authorization or reauthorization of a number of conflicts and that. So that is certainly an interesting kind of part of all this as well. We should also note that war powers resolutions in the Congress, both chambers, have failed a couple of times now when lawmakers at the federal level have attempted to put some restrictions on the Trump administration's ongoing actions when it comes to the military conflict in Iran. So just a couple of notes there. Well, it looks like the economy has taken the lead back here on our poll. It's neck and neck between the economy and Iran. Kind of interesting to see these dynamics here. But there are some of you who want to hear him talking about America 250. We know that this is a year-long celebration of America's 250th birthday. There are a number of events that are going on in Washington, D.C. this summer especially. We talked about the Grand Prix race, the UFC fight, a number of those things that will be happening this summer to commemorate the 250th birthday of America. We know the Royals were just in the United States visiting a number of places across our nation's capital, New York City, and also Virginia, where they visited Shenandoah National Park. to commemorate the 250th birthday as well. We listened in together at the King's joint address in front of Congress, where he talked about everything that has happened over the years. Obviously, the war for America's independence that the United States fought against the United Kingdom all those years ago. But King Charles saying there is so much more that unites our two countries than divides us, and talking about the importance of that the partnership and the alliance between our two countries after all these years. Golden age for your golden years. That is the headline on that large poster behind the president. The backdrop there inside the Villages Charter High School in the Villages, Sumter County, where President Trump is expected to speak any minute now. We should note that just a few minutes ago, we heard from a couple of other candidates. We talked a little bit about it, what we heard from Ashley Moody, from Wilton Simpson as well, when they spoke. I want to play for you Ashley Moody's remarks, because we didn't get the chance to listen in. We were at the beginning of Florida Live and checking in with some of our other reporters, providing some additional context to you. So while we are waiting on the arrival of the president, in fact, let me give you a live look right now, because he looks like he is arriving. Yeah, here is a live look, Marine One, where President Trump, we will see disembark any minute now. What I don't know is how close this might be to the venue. I'm not sure. Aaron, do we know where Marine One is landing right now? I don't believe we do, and so I'm not sure if this is near to that school, if he's going to need to take another motorcade to get there. I'm unsure what the situation is and where he might be landing, but we are just moments away, regardless, from hearing from President Trump. And as we watch these live pictures and wait to see the president, I do want to play for you the remarks from Ashley Moody just a few minutes ago. She is one of the U.S. senators from Florida, and spoke on stage just a little bit ago ahead of her re-election bid this year.
Let's give it up for all the brown-eyed girls out there. It is so great to be here in the Villages in my home state that I love, the great free state of Florida. You may remember I was your Attorney General here for a long time during one of the most challenging times our nation had ever seen, and we fought fiercely against Washington to keep them out of our state, to keep our business open, our schools open, our churches open, and keep you from being locked in your homes. And it is so great now to be your newest United States Senator, taking over for Marco Rubio. I have some big shoes to fill. I've decided throughout my talk to you today, I can say no tax on Social Security, and you're all going to cheer. At whatever time I say it, no tax on Social Security. Let me tell you about this amazing president who has kept his eye on the ball and remained true to you and what he promised. This is a proactive president. A president that said, I'm going to go to Washington. If you trust me to get back up there and do this job for you, our bosses, by the way, some people forget that. You, the American people, are our bosses. President Trump knows that. He is a proactive president. He is proactive not for partisans. He is proactive for the people, you. And we saw over the last 4 years what happens when you have a president, can we say he was proactive, or should we say his radical handlers were proactive for partisans? They got a lot done, didn't they? They got a lot done that made this country weaker and less safe. But this president said, I will go back to Washington, I will deliver for you, and I am so proud of him, merely 6 days after the third attempt on his life, that he is showing back up here to report to his bosses and tell you what he's doing for America. And he said after that happened, and it touched my heart, and I know it touched yours. They said, how do you do this job? And he said, it's hard to be the president of the United States of America, but I love this country. He didn't say, I love Republicans. He didn't say, well, I don't know that he would ever say, I love Democrats, but he didn't say, I love Republicans. He said, I love this country. And every decision that he is making right now is with the interests of this country, with the interests of the safety of you and me and our families, with the interests of the security and prosperity of this nation for the next 250 years. That's what he's thinking about. It is about the USA because we, my friends, come together today to say happy birthday, America. 250 years as a people living in the United States of America. And what made this country great, what it is founded on, is that the power of this nation is a people coming together, a free people, to govern ourselves, giving your government a very limited amount of power to make sure we are protecting your rights, the rights that are given to you by our Creator. And isn't it nice to have a president that wants to get back to that? A president that wants to make sure that your government is working for you to make sure that you can live freely, that you can pursue opportunity, that we're committed to protecting life. Be great to get back to that. Protecting life. And the Democrats over the last administration showed us how much they value safety and security and life in the failed states and cities across this nation. And as Attorney General, I said, we have to do what the people expect us to do. Protect them. Protect them. And so as your Attorney General, I was so proud to stand up and urge Biden to say, why don't you declare those cartels that are wreaking havoc and trafficking humans and drugs, why don't you declare them foreign terrorist organizations? He ignored me. You know what President Trump did on day one? He declared them foreign terrorist organizations. And under his commitment to the rule of law and supporting law enforcement, and by the way, I'm thankful not just for that as your former Attorney General, but I am thankful for that as the wife of a cop. He said, I'm going to stand by them and make sure that they know they have our support to do their jobs and protect the people as they enforce the people's laws. The people's laws. How shocked were you when people around the nation, rogue prosecutors, mayors, city councils are like, we're going to ignore the law. I mean, my goodness, these days, I don't know what to expect coming from the other party. If you're not a criminal, a cartel member, or a communist, you're out of luck. That is what I am facing as your United States Senator on the floor right now. And it is so nice to know I have a president that hails from the great state of Florida. Do you know what an honor it is to say that my constituent and one of my voters is the President of the United States? Pretty cool. But he is committed to be proactive for the people. That means he is focused on making sure that kids have real educational opportunity, that their parents are empowered, and that it doesn't matter where they're born, what their zip code is, we're going to make sure they get the education that's specific to their needs. That's educational choice, and we delivered that for you last year. He's going to make sure that when he sees healthcare costs rising and skyrocketing, pharmaceutical costs, drug costs, he doesn't just sit there on his hands and complain about it and say somebody should do something like the last president did. No, he creates Trump RX, and now so many drugs are available straight to you for 80% of the cost. And when he stood at podiums and said to you, I am tired of your money going to people that aren't even United States citizens. I'm tired of your money being wasted and going to criminals. He said, I want you to keep more money in your pocket. Those of you working hard to put food on the table, to support your families, to give your kids a great life. So what did he do? No tax, Social Security. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. More resources for child care. More resources for education and choice. I could go on and on, the things that we have gotten done and delivered for you proactively for the people, not special interests, because this is a government by and for the people, not a government for itself. And I have to tell you, it is truly amazing to be able to say to you, of all the states, Floridians will see the highest tax refunds this year. But it is incredibly frustrating to have a president come in and do all of these things and take the heat and take the rhetoric and take the criticism, take the attacks, do all of these things. And what do the Democrats have to run on right now? I mean, one person running against me has said the president and anybody that supports him trying to make America great again, you're all fascists. It's that simple. Did you know that? I have another one who thinks the fastest track to earning a seat in the United States Senate is to stand on the state floor and scream with a bullhorn. That's Angie Nixon who's running against me, and she is more left than AOC. She's Florida's own AOC. But we gave you no tax on Social Security. It is an incredible honor to stand here before you as your former Attorney General, as a mom, as a wife of a law enforcement officer, as someone that goes to work every day and fights passionately to make sure that we remain true to what this country was built on, and the promise we made its people when it gave government power to act on their behalf, to try and deliver accountability to you, to make sure that you trust government, that you believe it is working in your best interest. I wake up every day and go to work to do that for you. And on our 250th anniversary, I think it's about time to tether back and anchor back into the things that made us the United States of America. I don't know if you heard, but there was a king in town this week up in Washington. All my Democratic friends that kept chanting, no kings, no kings, no kings all year, they sure stood up for one when they visited. But he said something that hit me, and I want to leave you with this. He said 250 years ago, this nation began because you were rebels with a cause. You were rebels with a cause. And you came together to make sure that you no longer were subject to overtaxation or to tyranny. We came together as a free people to govern ourselves. And as we get back to that, as we remain true to that, as we celebrate all we have delivered this past year for you to get back to that, let's remember, we may no longer be rebels with a cause, but we are defenders of a cause, and that is the United States of America. God bless you, God bless the state of Florida, and God bless our great country. Bye-bye.
Senator Ashley Moody speaking just moments ago to this crowd that has gathered inside the Villages Charter High School in Sumter County. We are awaiting the arrival of President Donald Trump, who should be showing up any minute now and is expected to speak. He did land just a few minutes ago, and so we are waiting for him. I also want to let you know we are getting ready to go back on Fox 35 TV, so we will in just a minute to kind of stand by for a minute so that we can welcome back in our TV audience that is joining us this afternoon as well. So just want to let you know before that happens, but you won't miss anything of what the president has to say. We will bring you his remarks in full right here on our digital platforms as well. We're just going to welcome in those who will be joining us on Fox 35 TV at 4 o'clock or sooner if the president walks out any minute now. There's been a big crowd in that area that has gathered for this, few thousand people inside this facility, this school that is there in Sumter County. We've talked a little bit about all the logistics for this to happen. Let me give you, let's take a look at the poll right now. We want to know what you want to hear Trump talk about. A number of you have already voted, but we have continued to see these votes come in throughout the afternoon. What do you want to hear President Trump talk about? The economy, Iran, America 250, or redistricting? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. All right, we're going to step aside for a couple of minutes here. We'll leave this up so you can still vote, so you can still keep an eye on things. We will jump back in at 4 o'clock, welcome in our TV audience, or if we see the president, we'll jump back in even sooner. So keep it right here, and we'll be right back.